This public hearing by the Committee on Municipal Affairs, Tourism, Housing, and Historic Preservation is now called to order. It is about 9:03 in the morning. For the record, and in accordance to 5 GCA Chapter 8, subsection 8107, notices were sent out via email to all senators and all main media broadcasting outlets on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2015, which adheres to the 5-day open government rule, and the second day notice on Friday, November 6th, for the 48-hour notice. Please note that written testimonies may be submitted up to 10 days after this public hearing. It's customarily done, and that would be to the office of Senator Tina Muña Barnes at 155 Hessler Place, Taganya, Guam, 96910, or you can send written testimony via facsimile at 472-3400, or via our email at senator@tinamuñabarnes.com. Furthermore, should you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact our office at 472-3455 or 56. Bernice Rivera, Alan Cepeda, or Janine Cordero will be available. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a full schedule this morning on the agenda. We will hear several appointments and several bills. We will be hearing the appointments of Joseph M. Leon Guerrero, Resident Manager, Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority Board of Directors. The second appointment would be for the appointment of Annabelle M. Dancel, member to the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority Board of Directors, and also to Mrs. Maria P. Dela Rosa, member to the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority Board of Directors. In no particular order, I'm going to, we've got 4 bills on the agenda. Bill 203-33 COR is an act to add a new section 849.102, Article 1 of Chapter 8, 1 GCA to dedicate and name the Farmers Market facility operated by the Farmers Cooperative Association of Guam, Inc., after its championing advocate and its leading legislative supporter for its establishment, the Speaker Vicente Ben C. Pangilinan Guam Farmers Market. And we also have Bill 186, an act to appropriate the funds from the fiscal year 2014 hotel occupancy tax surplus fund to the Guam Visitors Bureau for a pilot program to support the needs of a growing Korean visiting market. We will also listen to Bill 160-33 COR, an act to add a new Article 9 to Chapter 63, Title 5, Guam Code Annotated, relative to the Guam Ocean and Fisheries Conservation Act of 2015, to add a new subsection D to Section 30101 to Chapter 30, Title 11, Guam Code Annotated, relative to the establishment of the Marine Conservation Fee, and to amend Section 30107 of Chapter 30, Title 11, Guam Code Annotated, relative to the deposit of fees into the Guam Ocean and Fisheries Conservation and Development Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, I will note for the record on this Bill 160-33, after working closely with the author of the legislation, there will be a substituted version at the request of the author. I will give him an opportunity to explain that bill, that substitution, and then open up for records, additional testimony, and maybe even a markup hearing if necessary. But just know that the bill that will be heard today is based on the substituted version. We will give the opportunity for the legislature to put that online. If anybody in the listening audience here and on in their homes, if they'd like to comment on that bill, know that we will open that for additional markup if necessary, and give the author the time to detail the changes and what the bill is about. We will also be hearing, last on the agenda, is 161-33 COR, which is an act to repeal and reenact Section 1026 of Chapter 10, Title 1, Guam Code Annotated, relative to establishing the Guam Liberation Fishing events. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a full agenda, If you would like to speak, we do have a sign-in sheet outside. Please don't hesitate. If you'd like to show your support but don't want to speak and just know that you were here so that we can append it to the committee reports, please do so by signing up. And then for who you're here for today, go ahead and mark if you're in support or not in support. And then just, if you don't want to speak, just put that down. Sound is not on. Okay. If I'd also like to thank my colleagues for joining me. To my immediate right, my brother, Senator Frank Blas. Good morning. Thank you for joining me. To his immediate right is Senator Jimmy Espaldon. To my left is Minority Leader Senator Tony Atta. And to his left is Senator Brant McCready. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us this morning. With that being said, we do have 3 appointments to the Guam Housing Urban Renewal Authority. Joseph M. Leon Guerrero, Annabelle Dancel, and Marie P. Dela Rosa. I do have the sign-up sheets, and maybe I can make this easier. Is it working? Oh God. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg your indulgence. I was just told by committee members that the sound for the listening audience and for public broadcasting wasn't heard, so I'm going to have to repeat. It was on? But did they get the information? Okay. Thank you. Well, that sounds great. So this is what I'll do this morning. I'm going to ask all those who wish to speak on behalf of the 3 members to come up at this time. I'll call up Mike Duenas, Albert Santos, and if you can go ahead and come up. Mayor Rudy, are you going to speak on one of the members for Gora? Mayor, you're more than welcome to come at, and I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, I do have some mayors in the house all the way down from Inaran. I have Mayor Doris Lahan, Mananasituas, thank you for coming, and also Mayor Rudy Mentanani from Jigo. I do also have with us, ladies and gentlemen, the Council General to Palau here on Guam, Council General Vic April, Situas Masi, Mesulang for coming this morning. Mayor Doris, are you here to speak on? Yes, please come on up. And if these 2 fine gentlemen don't mind, I'm going to just yield to the lady first, if I may. Senator, I'm already speaking that into existence. Mayor Doris Lahan from Inalahan, Mananasituas, thank you for coming. Please go ahead and state your name for the record, and I'm going to ask everybody to state their name for the record, why they're here, where they're from, if they are in support or not in support of the specific, whether appointment or bill that they're speaking about. Okay?
Buenas tardes, Madam Chair and Honorable Senators. For the record, my name is Doris Flores Lujan, Mayor of Inalahan. I am here today in support of Marie P. Dela Rosa's confirmation to the Board of Directors with the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify. A public servant for over 35 years with the Department of Parks and Recreation, Marie performed her duties with integrity and professionalism. She continues to volunteer her services to our island community. I am confident and have faith in Marie that she will carry out her roles and responsibilities as a board member. Deciding on a life dedicated to public servant is a choice, and she is committed to creating healthy and sustainable homes for our island residents. Madam Chair, I humbly ask Mrs. De La Rosa's nomination be favorably considered and confirm her as a board member. Marie would be a valuable asset. Siju's Masi. I also support the other 2 members.
You also support Annabelle, Dancel, and Mr. Jolian Guerrero, right?
Yes.
Si Diyos mo, si Mayor Doris Lahan. Mayor Rudy Metzanani from Jigo. Consigi po.
For the record, I'm Mayor Rudy Matanon, and I'm here to support in favor of the Mrs. Marie De La Rosa's nominee for the Gura board. And I'm also here as Rudy Matanoni, a deep friend of Marie. And you know, Mayor, this beautiful mayor right next to me, Luhan, from the beautiful village of Inaran. Although Jigo's much more beautiful, not enough water, but there's a lot of coconut crab and deer up there. So, you know, saying my support to Marie, I've known Marie for over 20 years. And I think her knowledge at the Department of Parks and Rec is just itching to give ideas and whatever is needed at Gura Housing as a board member. And I know that, Gura has been doing a lot of good things for our villages. And, for everything else, I think there's always room for improvement. And I feel that Marie De La Rosa's knowledge as far as the things that Gura does for Guam is very much needed, because she has a lot of knowledge with Parks and Rec, and that's a lot of what we need. As my experience as a mayor of Jigo, we're always, going to Gura to try to find funding to improve the quality of life for our kids in Jigo, and it's very much needed. Parks and everything that has to do with parks and the kids is very much needed up there in Jigo. And I know that Marie, with all her knowledge, in working with parks and recreation, can really help in the things that we really need out there in the villages. And I also throw my support for the other two individuals that are up for nomination. Thank you very much, Senators. I'm sorry, Madam, that I didn't address you, and all the honorable senators here. Good morning, and thank you for having us here to speak on behalf of these people that want to take the challenge. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, Mayor Metzanani. Thank you very much. Also joining me, ladies and gentlemen, is Honorable Speaker Speaker Wampet. Thank you for joining us. And Senator Dennis Rodriguez, thank you very much for joining us. Mr. Duenas, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Michael Duenas. I'm the Executive Director for the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority. I want to thank the committee for expediting this hearing process. We have a 7-member board, and at this point we have 4 vacancies. We have not met, and the board has not been able to meet in October through this month because we don't have a quorum. We're hoping that the 3 members before the legislature will be confirmed in time to allow us to have a board meeting on November 30th. There are several items before that require the board's action that are time sensitive, and that's why we're looking at trying to schedule a board meeting by November 30th, if the legislature is able to confirm them during the November session. I am here also in support of all 3 of the nominees. It is a challenge to find citizens out here who are willing to volunteer to serve on the various boards and commissions. And I want to thank these 3 individuals who have accepted the governor's invitation to be on the Gura board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're very welcome, Mr. Duenas. Mr. Santos?
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. And again, I appreciate allowing us here to testify in support of the 3 nominees. I do echo Mr. Duenas, again, concern about the need to have our board in place. What's welcoming is that we have three diverse individuals that we're looking for to be on our board, and we certainly have a lot of new challenges ahead of us, and with their background, I'm sure there'll be a big access in terms of guiding our way towards what we plan to do in the future. As the mayor from Jigo mentioned, we are deeply involved again in developing our community, helping our youth, and in fact we're doing a pretty big project in this village, and hopefully we'll get it done in March, Mayor, so we can celebrate. And certainly, again, as I mentioned, the three members are welcome to our agency with the expertise and the background they have as well. So I'm in full support of all three nominees. Thank you.
See, Mr. Santos. At this time, does any of my colleagues have any comments or questions for these panel members up front? No? If not, I'm going to ask if Mr. Duenas and Mr. Santos go ahead and stay for the duration of the appointments, at least in case there's any other increase. Thank you, Mayors Lahan and Mayor Mantanani, for giving us the opportunity to present your testimony in support of the GORA members. In no particular order, I will go ahead and call, before I call all the nominees up, Mr. Solis, Henry Solis, would you like to speak or just here in support? Okay, thank you. Lourdes Polino and Augusto Polino, just here for support. Thank you very much. And Manette Duenas, support. Okay, thank you. John De La Rosa, here for support. And John Calvo, here for support or oral testimony. Thank you. And Dorothy Sanchez, here for support. Fully support. Thank you. And that would be all three nominees, or the Maria De La Rosa. Thank you. Okay, with that being said, I will have the three nominees, Mr. Joseph Leon Guerrero, Ms. Maria De La Rosa, and Ms. Annabelle Dancel. Please come up to present your testimony. Mr. Leon Guerrero, I know you were first on the agenda, but if I may, can I yield to the women before you? Thank you very much. And at this time, I would ask Mrs. De La Rosa, please read your testimony.
Yeah. Right now, I feel very touched being here, thinking of a lot of memories when my husband was around. And I'm here, and I was hoping he'll be right next to me. And I did ask him to come and support me. I missed him so much.
I know he's here watching over us.
Hafa Madam Chairman. My name is Marie Polino de la Rosa. I am humble and at the opportunity to appear before you in my quest for a confirmation as a board member for the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority. Currently, I'm working as a program coordinator for the Commission of Decolonization. I was born and raised in Guam. As a Chamorro woman, I carried the Chamorro spirit of generosity and willingness to help and serve in the years of government service. Volunteer work at the Guam Memorial Hospital Volunteer Association, the Regala Foundation, and the movement and the church. As a Government of Guam employee, I worked as the Department of Youth Affairs. I've worked with the federal grant applications at the Department of Parks and Recreation Resources Historic Division. After retiring with 35 years of service, raising 2 children, I became an immediate caregiver for my late husband, John De La Rosa. After his passing, I have continued to play an active role in my community through my willingness to help people and pay it forward. In granted the opportunity to serve our island's community, my focus is enhancing the services for all Gura residents, the Manamku, and other displaced of homelessness by adhering to Guru's mission statement and mode, strengthening the families and building communities, one project at a time. Sidus Masi, Madam Chairman, rest assured I have no current or potential business conflict of interest. Marie P. De La Rosa.
Si Diyos Masi, Mrs. De La Rosa. Ms. Dancel?
Good morning, Madam Chair and the committees. My name is Annabelle Dancel. I was born in the Philippines, but I raised here in Guam. I'm here 45 years now. I work for the private firm, call it McDonald's in Guam, for over 35 years as a restaurant manager. And then finally, I retired for last year. And right now I'm busy of doing all the community service. I'm involved with the Guam Hospital volunteer. I'm involved with the Lions Club and all the Filipino associations of Guam. And I was here for confirmation today as a Guam directors of Guam Gura. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Ms. Dancel. Mr. Guerrero?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, Senator Barnes and members of Committee on Municipal Affairs, Tourism, Housing, and Historic Preservation. My name is Joseph Leon Guerrero, a resident in public housing for 3 years. I am here today to seek the approval of the 33rd Guam Legislature on my appointment as a resident member on the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority Board of Commissioners. I am humbled at the opportunity to serve in this capacity as a trustee of the authority and strive for improvement to ensure that the authority is well maintained, financially secured, and operating at the best interests of those who are served by current programs and services. In addition, I am supportive of the idea and establishing a resident advisory and board comprised of a representative from each public housing development as well as Section 8 housing choice voucher program. With this elected body, we can work collectively on ways to address and continued needs of our stakeholders. I request your approval of my nomination as a member of Guru Board of Commissioners. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Leon Guerrero. Ladies and gentlemen, I do apologize. I did forget one gentleman who I acknowledged earlier, and I know that he has a letter endorsing one of the members. Council General Vic April, would you like to read it, or are you just here for support? Support, and I will append this to the committee report. Thank you, sir. And at this time, I also like to welcome and thank Senator Tommy Morrison for joining us this morning. At this time, I will go ahead and start, my brother, if I may. Speaker Wampat, do you have any questions or comment to the 3 appointed members to the Gura Board?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm just excited to see, of course, these 3 individuals here, and just hearing your testimony and the sincerity and what it is that you want to do. I'm definitely, really pleased to see that you're truly a reflection of our community, and I think that the fact that you're coming forward without, any special interests or special agendas, speaks very highly of you 3. So thank you very much for volunteering your time to be able to provide this type of service.
Thank you.
Brother Frank?
I too just want to say thank you very much for stepping forward and wanting to be a part of the board. It's an awesome responsibility, especially with what they've got to do. And I've gone through your packet and I've seen what you've been able to provide. I thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to thank the 3 individuals that are here before us for their for accepting the governor's invitation to be part of the Board of Directors for Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority. And I look forward to voting on your confirmations, and you have my full support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Brent McCready?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I echo the sentiments of the previous speaker. Thank you for accepting the nomination from the governor, and I fully support the three of your nomination, and I look forward to voting. Thank you.
Senator Senator Dennis Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, congratulations on your nomination. I know you all very well, and I know the service and the contribution you provide to our community in all your different capacities now. And I know that I'm confident that you'll do the same as a board member. So thank you very much, and congratulations.
Senator Jimmy Esposito, comments, question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo the same sentiments in terms of thanking you for stepping up to the plate. However, I guess the comment that I have is that you're actually stepping into a very hotspot situation, I should say. Right? I think everybody understands what has gone on and perhaps some of the criticism that the GURA and the board has received in the recent past. And of course, we're dealing a lot with federal funds. We're dealing a lot with policies in terms of how do we move forward with the housing situation and the people who live there, the rules and regulations. So in accepting it, I hope, and I guess I remain confident that you go in with your eyes wide open to try to understand what the issues are, to really ask the tough questions, and to truly try to understand what the ramifications may be on all the decisions that you make in terms of not only helping the homeless, but really in terms of abiding by the regulations that govern a lot of the federal funding. So with that, I want to congratulate you, and but also offer that little bit of tidbit of advice that please be very mindful of all the eyes that will also be upon you. But we thank you for your service. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're very welcome, Senator Esposito. Senator Tommy?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to congratulate all on your appointments, and I look forward to working with you and the hard-working team at GURA. I especially also want to thank Mrs. De La Rosa. I spent many years with you up at DPR, and thank you for your service up at the Department of Parks and Recreation, and also taking care of me out there. So I wish you all the best.
Si Diyos mga Senator Morrison, I just want to take this time right now as Oversight Chair of Housing to thank the three of you and the Governor for appointing the three of you to this GURA board. I want to share with you some notes about GURA. I know that before some terms have expired, I know that GURA is one of the few boards that always had a quorum until the expiration of the previous members' terms and the passing of the vice chair. And I'd like at this time to at least extend my condolences to the family, but more importantly to thank Vice Chair Louis Paulino, for the commitment and the hard work and the tireless nights that even amongst controversy, this man continued to give from his heart. And Mrs. De La Rosa, you talk about not having, just coming here from the heart and not having any conflicts of interest. That's what the board needs at this time. The vision that Mr. Paulino saw for many, many decades working closely with GURA, I know that the opportunity to fill those shoes will be fitted very well because you folks have stepped up to the plate, and I know with you prior experience working with the community, working with the boards, you both, I looked at your resumes and I know that you both will give your very best. I know that Mr. Duenas and Mr. Santos are here on behalf of GURA supporting this efforts. It hasn't been an easy journey these last couple of years, but we know that with the full complement and the full board's complement, as soon as we get these folks confirmed, that we will continue to work closely and tie up loose ends and continue to work the vision of what GURA is. To the listening audience out there, yes, GURA is 100% federally funded. We receive grants from the federal government, and we continue to move forward in providing those in the indigent community housing for those who are homeless. So again, it is my delightful honor and pleasure to thank you guys for stepping up to the plate, and thanking the governor for bringing the appointments fast, and you folks being here in the midst of a lot of hard work that needs to be done. Extend my siduous masi. So with that being said, I will call the appointments of Marie P. Dela Rosa, Annabelle M. Dancel, and Joseph M. Leon Guerrero. The public hearings for the appointments to the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority Board of Directors publicly heard. Again, the record is open to the listening audience. If you wish to extend written testimony, you can do so by sending it to senator@tinamuñabarnes.com or via facsimile at 472-3400. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate it. Next on the agenda, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to hear Bill number 203-33 COR, an act to add new section 849.10 to Article 1 of Chapter 8.1 GCA to dedicate and name the Farmers Market facility operated by the Farmers Cooperative Association of Guam, Inc., after its championing advocate and leading legislative supporter for its establishment, the Speaker Vicente Ben C. Pangilinan, Guam Farmers Market, Metgon Lancero, Itautau. The sponsors for this legislation is Senator Dennis Rodriguez, Senator Respicio, Speaker Wampat, myself, Senator Muña Barnes, Senator Tony Ada, Senator McCready, Senator Uggan, Senator Tommy Morrison, Vice Speaker Cruz, and Senator Narissa Underwood. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, there are folks who signed up to speak on Bill 203. If I can just get the sheet coming in. I do know, and I want to note for the record, that our majority leader has just joined us, Senator Respicio. Thank you for joining us. I will note that the family of the late Speaker Ben Pangilinan are here, and at this time, if I know they're here in full support, but if they could just stand and be recognized for being here, the Ben Pangilinan's sisters and family are here. Please stand up to be recognized. Thank you. I will call up the names, and if they can take a seat here before I ask the main sponsor of the legislation to say some brief openings. At this time, I have I also just got wind that some of the former staff of Speaker Ben Pangilinan are here. Those are in the audience. Can you please stand and be recognized, because you guys worked with him a very long time. Please, Mr. Bodassi, I see you. Mr. Paris, Ms. Selena, thank you so very much. I have Roland Kitagwa, John Terlahi. Roland Kitagwa here. Kathy McCullum, Nashawn Chamorro, is there Jesusa Williams here for support. Maria Regis here for support. Kathy, did you want to speak on behalf of the bill, just for support? Chris Bodassi, would you like to speak on behalf of the bill? Stasia Siniclas, would you hear the support, or Just here to support. John Terlahi. Just for support. Danny Jackson, are you here for support? And Josephine Jackson here for support? Sizos Masi. There's another. Okay. Mr. Baldassi, okay. Rollins, I'll have you speak first.
I was actually hoping to yield.
Again, state your name for the record. If you. Oh, I do apologize. Senator Rodriguez, thank you. I do apologize. I'll have him speak and say a few remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much all for being here this morning. The intent of Bill 203 is really, and we've heard Chairwoman read the title. The intent of Bill 203 is to really recognize and honor the dedicated efforts of one of our champions who are no longer here with us today. And I only had a very short period of time to work with Speaker Ben, about four years. However, most of you may not know that as a younger boy, I used to, I remember clearly helping in his campaign for Congress. And my dad and him were friends, and so that's the first time I've met him, and I knew, from that time, was really a leader, a fighter, very passionate. And working with him, that's when I got to really understand what kind of fighter he was. He was a champion of many things. But if there was one thing that I remember in a short period of time working with him and just knowing a little history of Speaker Ben, he was a champion of our lands. He was champion of Chamorro people, and really champion of the people of Guam. And prior to my term in serving with him in the 31st legislature, I know that he was very instrumental in moving forward with a desire to get and establish a farmers market here on Guam. And I know that battle was a long battle. And some of you farmers here know that. And so, for a very long time, I spoke to some of the family members that every day I drive home, I pass through that beautiful building we see now that's erected, the Dela Farmers Market. And, just from my personal my position was we wanted to ensure that we recognize him. It's very special for me, as a lot of us here who serve with him, because we have this opportunity to do so, to honor him and to recognize the work that he has done for our people, not just being instrumental in the development of the farmers market, but really what he's done for our island. And I know that there's a lot of farmers, even before him, who are very instrumental. So that's why when I decided to do this, before talking to the family as well, I've talked to my wife's family, who are farmers, and some of you may know them. And so I asked them. I said, this is what I want to do, and no hesitation, they said, this is truly. They said, we remember him as really a fighter and really promoting agriculture in Guam, promoting our farmers. And so I knew, I had that sense of peace that this is the right thing to do. And so to all our other farmers who are here and who are not here with us this morning, really this is really in honor of you as well. I know that when we do, some people may think it's just naming a building. Well, it's not. I take it as when you name a building after someone as special as Speaker Ben, then we won't be here forever, but our future leaders are going to ensure that the viability of that farmers market, the sustainability is there, and that hopefully, it also brings all our farmers together, for a common good, which is to promote the agriculture industry and also to provide fresh produce for our community and our people. And so, in a nutshell, really, that's the basis of my intent to move this forward. I want to thank my colleagues who've co-sponsored this legislation with me, and I look forward to the testimony and look forward to also moving this forward through the legislative process. But I want to read this because he gave me the right pronunciation, so I want to read it. So really, the intent is to name the Guerrero Farmers Market, as the Speaker Vicente Ben C. Pangilinan Guam Farmers Market, Metcaon, Lanceron, Itautau, the People's Farmers Market. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Si Jus Senator Rodriguez, I do know there's several open chairs before I ask Mr. Bodassi to start, so I'm going to go ahead and call them up if they'd like to speak. Scott Mendiola, Nicole Santos. Nicole, are you here? And then I'll ask for one more. Fred Uggan Sr., are you here to support or to speak? Would you like to speak, Mr. Uggan? Okay, just here to show your support. Okay. Si Jus Masi. Attorney Phillips, are you here to speak in support of? Please come up and join us. Si Jus Masi. Mr. Bodassi, you can start.
Morning, Madam Chair. Speaker Juan Pat, Senators Espaldon, Blas, Prospicio, Adam, McCready, Rodriguez, Morrison. I want to thank you for introducing this bill. I think it's a fitting tribute for a man that dedicated his life's work to the betterment of the people of Guam. As most of you know, I had the honor and privilege to work with him closely here in the legislature from 2009 to 2014. And Senator Ben personally touched my life in many ways, making me a better person and a better public servant. He instilled in me and the rest of his team that we show up to work every day and we do it to help the people of Guam. And that was the first and foremost thing that he would always reiterate to us over and over again. He pushed us to see beyond the numbers of a budget and beyond our own preconditioned ideas of how things should be, and rather think about what was the right thing to do. A good example of this is when back in February 2009, I had just started, after working 17 years in the private sector, as the director of the Office of Finance and Budget. And some of you probably remember at the time the district court had ordered the $1 Million Mondays at the time. And so we were in a bit of a financial crisis in the government of Guam. We had to remit $1 million every Monday until we could come up with some solid financing that the federal receiver could use to build the landfill. And it was really starting to stretch on the budget. It looked like furloughs were starting to look like more and more of a reality. And as this crisis loomed, everybody was we'll back up a little bit. Governor Camacho at the time had sent a bill down and called special session to pass a bond, a Section 30 backed bond. And at the time, I think everybody was in favor of that. We didn't want to continue to see the district court take money away from us, from our regular budget for payroll and other things. And at the time of the special session, Senator Ben had decided that he was going to link a selling of a deficit bond so he could, so that the legislature could make due on the Lola Cola obligation that the court had ordered at the time. And I think it had been several years since the court order, and it was about $90 million that was owed, I believe, and it still hadn't been paid at that time. And he just firmly believed that there was no way that he was going to stand by and watch a judge at the federal court order that we go out and borrow money to build a landfill and then watch the retirees sit on the sideline and not get paid the obligations that were due to them. And it set off a firestorm in the community. I mean, the governor was clearly against it. David Manning was at the front of everything, saying, you can't do this, it's going to ruin our ability to borrow money for the landfill. Colleagues down here at the legislature, some were against it, but he was steadfast. And I just remember in the middle of all that, and of course only being down here for a week, really starting to doubt and starting to question, is this the right thing to do? And I was also thinking about the 27th Guam legislature when he was the speaker, And there was a similar situation where the revenues had dipped to a record low for the time of about $300 million, and Senator Ben did what he had to do rather than lay people off because he cared about people. You know, he rallied and passed the GRT increase, and that was to his own detriment. The next election, he did not get reelected. He served 10 terms here, and right in the middle of that 10 terms that he served was the one term that he didn't get reelected. And to me, I believe it was a direct result of the GRT increase that was passed and then subsequently rolled back. But he didn't think about things like reelection. He thought about what was the right thing to do, and this was another case of that. And so one night we were working that week, and it was probably 8:30, 9 o'clock, and I went up to him and I explained all this and said, hey, you know, is this the right thing? Should we be doing this? You know, what if we can't sell the bonds and we have to lay people off? And he just cracked a big smile as I'm telling him all this, and he just said, we're going to move forward with this. And he said it's because it's the right thing to do. And he said, we did our research. We know those bonds will sell, and so we're going to do it. And that's the man that I remember, and I'm sure all of you have similar stories. I mean, you know, for me, that was a very personal one. It reminds me of a passage that I first heard when I was 19 years old, and I've held on to this passage for many years. It reads, when the dark clouds of adversity gather around you, and your heart is sore, and your faith is weak, and your courage well nigh gone, forget not that there are strong arms around you, true hearts upon which to rest, and tender sympathies which to draw consolation for the past, comfort for the present, and hope for the future. And Senator Ben had those strong arms, and he had a huge heart, and he had an endless fill of compassion. You know, in some of the most difficult times, for me personally, he threw me on his back and he carried me until I could get the strength to move on. And like I said, I know many of us have those similar stories. You know, even in his last year with us, he never complained about being sick and being in pain. He just kept doing what he did, and he just kept making Guam a better place to live for all of us. Senator Ben was a principled individual. He fought passionately for what he believed was right. This was a side of Senator Ben that was often portrayed in the media. You know, for those of us that knew Senator Ben beyond the sound bites, and for those of us that had the honor to spend time with him on a regular basis, we know that he was a very humble and he was a very kind and compassionate man, and he always had placed his own needs second to everybody around him. His deep conviction and compassion for others were the driving force, I believe, behind his life's work that touched the lives of so many people. And it's not unlike at all the tradition of farming and fishing that helped sustain his ancestors that went before him. And so, you know, I think Bill 203-33 will honor the memory of this extraordinary man. He was an extraordinary public servant, and he was an extraordinary friend to me and to countless others. So I urge you all to pass Bill 203 and to also consider naming the Fishermen's Co-op after him as well. Senator Ben had as much compassion for that Fishermen's Co-op, and he did as much as he could also to make sure that that facility was built. And so I would urge you all to also consider that to honor his contributions to the people of Guam. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Mr. Baldassi. Mr. Kitagwa?
Sure, if you don't want to. I kind of wanted a back cleanup, but okay. Madam Chair, Speaker, Honorable Senators, my name is Roland Kitagwa. I am coming to you as a citizen. I wear a number of different hats, but today I'm coming before you as a citizen. And the reason why I'm testifying is because in support of this is I've been able to work with former Senator Ben on many occasions. And when his office calls me, I didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, but I knew that
there was going to be a lot of passion in the upcoming discussions. And so, while having worked with him on a number of different issues, the one thing about it is, and I think we all can all say, was he was very passionate about agriculture. And so, when I was asked whether naming of the Farmers Co-op would be appropriate for Senator Ben, I didn't think twice, and I said, yeah, that's a great idea. I also like the idea of the co-op, if you can get the co-op to, the Fishermen's Co-op, to support that. And the reason why is because while there were a number of senators here who you guys were colleagues, there were a number of senators here who were not old enough to remember some of the other pioneers in agriculture. And so I support the naming of Senator Ben Pangilinan for the co-op. But I want to ask you guys that in the future that we also consider some of the other pioneers. And this is not coming from me personally as much as it's coming from the dialogue that I've had. A prime example of a person who is deserving is the term some of you might remember, Davy Crockett. And so I was asked to bring this forward. Okay, so in the future with regards to agriculture, we might keep that in mind. But take nothing away from Senator Pangilinan. And my reason for supporting it is not just because Senator Ben was an advocate for agriculture, but because I think that his passion for agriculture set a benchmark. And while many of you are here thinking that it would be awesome to put his name on a building, I think it would be better to honor his name as his colleagues would step up and in the future support agriculture and be the advocate that Senator Ben was. And that would be an even greater way to support him and to honor his name. So just think about that with regards to agriculture in future bills and policies as you develop them here forward. And that's what I'm here to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kitagwa. Ms. Nicole?
Hafaday to the Chair of the Committee, Senator Muña Barnes, and the author of the Bill 203-33, Senator Rodriguez, to the Senators and the Speaker of the 33rd Guam Legislature, to the farmers of Guam, to the family and friends of the late Speaker Ben Pangilinan. I am Nicole Santos, and I am here before you to provide personal testimony in support of Bill 203-33, a bill that I believe acknowledges the hard, dedicated work of the farmers of Guam, recognizes the farmers market facility in Dedido as a true achievement on behalf of the people, and bestows respect and honor to the family of the late Speaker Ben for his lifetime of commitment, leadership, and extraordinary vision for the people of Guam that continues with us today and for years to come. To describe in just 2 words the establishment of this farmers market, the role of the farmers of Guam, Senator Ben's vision, and what he expected from farmers, from GITA, from the consultants, from the designers, from the planners, and even from our Office of the People staff. Just 2 words was that all this work is and must be on track. Sen Ben never lost sight of the task at hand, while it took a while to really get off the ground, and many, many drafts of legislation, blueprints, and meeting minutes later, analyses of the contracts of consultants, as well as the costs associated with the design and construction of the public farmers market facility, the establishment of the farmers market facility and its naming after the late Senator Ben is, I believe, on track. Sen Ben's commitment to farming and farmers was beyond words. Through legislative efforts, he tilled soil and planted seeds. One of the first pieces of legislation I worked on with Senator Ben was a bill, now Public Law 32-23, that identified the tract of land, specified the authorization, and set in motion the additional details needed to get the farmers market facility off the ground. The process of drafting that particular legislation led to a whole other experience of learning about farmers' cooperatives, the struggle and possibility of the notion of best and highest use of Chamorro lands, and so much more. But perhaps most importantly, a deeper, more meaningful understanding of the importance of self-sufficiency for a people, available through a people's ability to work with the land, to produce and provide for our families and our neighbors. And through all this, we were able to learn because Sen Ben and his efforts were on track. Although he might have said that his hand was not necessarily in farming, he sure had the ideas and the values, and I believe the hand to support the farming for the people of Guam. That Christmas in 2013, after the Farmers Market Bill became law, Sen Ben gave as a gift to each of his staff a seedling to plant and to eventually harvest from. That's how serious he was and how personal it was to him that each of us take a part in planting and also to see the results of our hard work in the sun. What an opportunity for us to share in the memory of Sen Ben today and always through the naming of the farmers market in his honor. Metkaun Lanceru Itautau. Sinamasi.
One Puvetsu Nicole. Mr. Scott.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and Senators of the 33rd Guam Legislature. My name is Scott Mendiola, and I am not much for public speaking, but I thought that this piece of legislation was important enough to come out and try. I had the opportunity to work for Senator Ben Pangilinan, but prior to that, I got to see this individual for who he was prior to me working, and I was wondering what was all the hoopla about this person. You know, he would always walk around and smile and greet his constituents. So now that I had the opportunity for working with him, I could see, you know, why so many had come to him for whatever issues they had. He really put the island ahead of himself, as we all seen. And for you that have all had a chance to work with him, you know, you definitely understand that. As you know, that he threw out a whole slew of legislation, not all passed, but you know, all important that he felt in his eyes. Like many have said, he was an inspiration, a mentor, and what people say that he's the people's champion. I believe that Bill 203-33 is a small token to honor a great man, and I fully support this bill. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Mr. Mandela. Attorney Mike Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Senators. It's a great honor to be here. I was putting down some ideas about regarding what I might say today. And first thing I thought is there's going to be a number of people speak, and they're probably going to say a lot of the things that I heard. So I would try and maybe say something different. You guys may have heard, because you guys may have felt the same way, but one of the things I remember Speaker Ben telling me, mostly because I would ask him, how can senators sit through 6, 8, 10 hours of public hearings? And he was just very, very upbeat about it. You know, number one, it's the right thing to do. It was very interesting for him. I'm not real good about sitting in one chair for a long time, and like some of you at times, with Ben, all the time I would find him in public hearings where he's not part of that committee, and I was kind of known for that. And so I promised myself I would keep it short, and I probably won't, but I did try and come up with something that was a little bit different from what I knew would be expressed about Ben. And honestly, I wouldn't be able to say the things that were said. I just not able to speak with that kind of strength, with everything that I've been through with Ben. So I figured I'd talk about something else and maybe get through. This idea came from Paul Harvey. Some of you may have heard it, probably a lot of our farmers have, but these are not Paul Harvey's words, but this is an idea that, a number of thoughts that came to me from listening to Paul Harvey a while back. There's 7 days that God took to create this beautiful paradise, but on the 8th day, God looked down at the paradise, soon to be called Guam or Guam, and he saw his land and water, and God wanted someone to take care of his paradise. And so God made a farmer. God planned for children and other animals and wanted a father and a caretaker and a lot more, all in one. So he made a farmer. God knew his people would need to make their own food, grow some, raise some, the hardest work to be performed on his island paradise. So God made a farmer. God needed someone with strength, the strength of an Iron Man, but with the compassion of Mother Teresa. So he made a farmer. God knew it would take a special person, a man who would work while his family sleeps, work while everyone else stays out of the rain, out of the sun, seek shelter during typhoons. So God made a farmer. God knew he would need teachers and doctors and counselors all in one. So God made farmers. Near the end of the 8th day, God looked down and thought, because of my farmers, my people are in good hands. Let me give my farmers some help, someone who will work to take care of my farmers. So God made Ben. I've known Ben for nearly his 30 years of public service. I think I met him a few months after he started with the late Ricky Bradley in the governor's office. And from day one, Ben took off. He was a vice president, regional vice president for FHP. And the moment the late Governor Ricky asked him to come out of private service, where he's earning a lot of money, and join government service, as you know, where you actually don't make a lot of money, Ben jumped at it immediately, and so he worked in the governor's office. If there's one person I would compare Ben to, and there's no comparison that comes close, but I think the closest in the nation's capital would have been Ted Kennedy. Very similar in many respects with regard to accomplishment, but very different with regard to how it all came about. With Ted Kennedy, he had an enormous family legacy, an enormous amount of responsibility because of his 2 brothers and everything that happened fall upon his shoulders. And I think Ted did a near excellent job of being a father, being a senator, and continuing that Kennedy legacy. That responsibility was literally thrown at him. Ben Pangalinan's really the opposite. Comes from a great family, but it's not a family legacy like the Kennedys of this level of public service for decades. Ben went out and got that on his own. There wasn't a heap of work thrown on his shoulders like there was Ted Kennedy. Ben went out and got that for himself. Everywhere he could find something to do, Ben would do it. He'd take on that responsibility. So by the time the two ended their careers, I think they had the same amount of accomplishment, same amount of responsibility, did the same amount of good for their people. They just did it in very, very different ways, and that's really Ben Panglinan. And so I won't speak too much longer. Again, not because there's not much that could be said. I can't talk about Ben without stopping and not being able to speak. So I would like to end my testimony in support of Bill 203 with this. When you find a moment, go back in time and read the testimony and actually the transcription of the dialogue between then the chair of the upper house, B.J. Berdalia, and the vice chair of the lower house, F.B. Leon Guerrero, before our nation's Congress. And you will, I believe, hear and see many of the same topics that we deal with today in agriculture, and the real question of can it be done? And you will hear and I think feel from BJ and FB Leon Guerrero that same sense of confidence that I hope we all share, but definitely that Ben was a champion of. And so whether it's 1936 or 2015, the sentiment, the confidence, the leadership, the fact that it's the right thing to do are all the same. And it's not long, but believe me, I think when you read that testimony, you see the dialogue between the congressmen, the senators, and our two leaders. It won't take long before you think back to Ben Pangilinan and probably this public hearing. It's a great honor to be here, and I encourage all of you and hope everybody supports Bill 203. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, Attorney Phillips. Anyone here wishing to ask any questions or comments? If not, I'd like to thank this panel for being here. You're more than welcome to stay. We do have additional speakers who would like to present oral testimony. So thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to call up Ernie Wistick, Angie Mendiola, Ronald Laguarnia, and Trini Torres, and Miriam. Angie Mendiola, are you here to oral testimony? Ernie Wistick. Miriam? For support. Thank you very much. Ronald Laguarnia? Ron Laguarnia, is he here? Okay. And Miss Trini. I also noted for the record Mayor Doris Lahan in support of Bill 203. Thank you very much. And Angie, please.
I'm crying, but I'll try to be brave. Before I read out my written testimony that I'd like to just mention that I guess you all know I'm Angelita P. Mendiola. I am a member of the board of directors for the Farmers Cooperative Association of Guam, as well as a member of the Soil Water Conservation District. So, and most importantly, I'm a proud farmer. And when Attorney Mike Phillips read God Made the Farmers and all that great things, it made me even more proud that I am a farmer. B.J. Cruz said, what kind of a farmer are you? You always have your nails manicured. He doesn't know that there's gloves. But anyway, before I read this, I'd like to say that Senator Rodriguez called me up and said, how do you feel about naming the facility, the farmers market facility, in honor of Ben? And I said, you know what, Senator? I'm not really for naming public facilities with people's name, because we have a lot of us that doing great, and we might want to be honored too, and there's going to be no more buildings. But I said, with them, I am really proud, I'm really supportive, and I'm glad, and thank you for remembering him. So that's what I said, right? And so I'm really, really, really happy. And I didn't mention in this, but I want to read the testimony that I'm going to be submitting. And I remembered like a week before his passing, his office called me up and goes, Angie, the senator would like to meet with you and our former chairperson or the president of the FCAG, Bill McDonald. Do you want to meet in his office together or separately? So at that time, there was a divide amongst the members, and I said maybe separately, so that he doesn't have to be the, peacemaker. For now, I want to say my mind, and Bill will say his mind. But even a week before, that's how much dedication and passion he has for the success of the farmers market for our farmers. So anyway, here goes. Okay, I'm here in support of legislative passage of Bill 203-33. I have known the late Senator Ben for many decades and have often spoken to him at great length regarding all sorts of subjects about our island people and culture. Like myself, Ben had a real passion regarding our Chamorro people and our island. From agriculture, economics, and politics, we talk about how things were, how things have changed over the years, and how they are now. When I think about it, all our experiences over the decades are really considered history because we've been around for so long. And throughout our common history, agriculture was a big part of all our lives back in the good old days. It was such a big part of our lives, many of us could barely even imagine life without it. As the decades rolled on, our community as a whole found itself farther and farther away from who we were, to the point where there are many young school children who do not know the life cycle of the plants that give us nourishment outside of a textbook. They've never felt the dirt in their hands as they would plant the papaya saplings into the ground, the weight of the bucket to carry the water to it, the excitement of picking the first harvest from the tree then they nourish, nor the sheer joy of that first taste of sweet bliss when chopping down on the ripe papaya from their own tree. Ben was a type of man and that remembered the true value of these things that define the very essence of who we are as Chamorro people. And with this, he did everything within his power to bring this idea back, not only for the present, but for the future of our people as well. And he didn't look to only bring it back to how it was, but to have it grow beyond that as well. Most of us here remember when the local farmers would drive his beat-up truck to a school and sell his fresh fruits and vegetables to the cafeteria. Agriculture was a part of us all. I have done what I can to reconnect to those values and started my own farm with my husband, children, and grandson. Beyond that, along with other board, I also serve as a board member of the current FCAG. Through it all, I spent many hours conferring with Ben on these kinds of things. Agriculture, our island, and our people. Senator Ben was instrumental in making sure that the farmers have a home to market their produce without the hardship of door-to-door marketing. He was strong in his belief that farmers are essential in our day-to-day life and had great respect, admiration, and appreciation of our farming community. He had a great understanding of the hardship farmers faced in getting the attention they need to be productive and sustainable for our people. As busy as he was, he always made time to hear the farmers' cries and feel their hearts. He was there for the farmers. He was the champion of farmers and a great friend of the farmers. As a close friend and farmer, I truly miss our dear Senator Ben. The manner in which he would tirelessly look for solutions to problems was truly an inspiration to us all. We all here knew that it was Ben who found the solution to the land that would host the new farmers market. The Farmers Cooperative Association of Guam is just one of his legacies. I believe in my heart that naming this facility the Speaker Vicente Ben Sipangilinan Farmers Market, Mid-County Lancero ni Tauto, in his honor is not only appropriate, it is a good start at honoring the man who had so much faith in the local farmers and seeing how agriculture is an industry with so much future potential for our island, its people, as well as visitors. And while I wholeheartedly support Bill 203-33, I also hope that legislature would continue to share his hope, vision, and value of agriculture and the local farmer. Respectfully, Angelita Pimendola. And I know that Nicole mentioned about the giving of seedlings to his staff. He came to my farm and asked me, because he said, Angie, I need to start from my office. I want to promote farming in Guam. And he used to visit me and we'll have a little barbecue, and he's just going around admiring all the plants that I have and saying that someday I want to be a full-time farmer myself. Thank you. And God bless you all, and please continue to support our farming industry. We have made visits to the farms And my sister Linda worked for agriculture for a long time, and we went out to see all the farmers that she knew, and a lot of the gates are closed, and people, their children are not picking up where their father left, so we're trying to promote the farming with other family members that not necessarily were farmers. And just to let you know that the University of Guam, NRCS, Soil Water Conservation District, we are holding Saturday classes for the new veterans that are interested in farming. Senator Ada was there, and I thought I saw another senator, but we're doing it every Saturday at the university. Senator Muña Barnes, yes, from 8 to 12 every Saturday. We have 6 more training. If you're interested, senators, please stop by and see what we're doing. We're helping the veterans that need help, and visit us at the university every Saturday for the next 6 Saturdays. Thank you so much. Thank you for honoring Ben. It touched my heart, and we'll never forget him. Thank you.
Buen provecho, and Tianji, thank you very much for your testimony. If we may, have a copy of your written testimony so that we can append it to the committee report. Okay, Sidus Masi. Ms. Trini?
Buenas Anjo, si Trini Torres, by Finotomoro si Ben mas Finotomoro gi todos gi Anjo. Guida mas. De edige ni matto tate Guam, sigue a ripetiti il legislaturan Guam. Il legislaturan Guam. Malungitelo dini morelo che sa sigue ripeti. And commenta Finotomoro gini legislaturan Guam. Le copa di lelina. Ungan ni legislature la sigue ripeti. Malik lo ana mago fu stiling ninya sa malang stodo I bedana ne jani sinintena itang to ja dongkulu sinetauto ti kurasonna dongkulu kunto di titanos na sa agwagwa da man ginagwa de hamzo todo utungano sa I budget agogos spia da once he made up his mind, atunga apa chochogi, chogui edzo, janin tinchegui sempitio preba. Sa tunga naman lachian ju chalan mizo. Intingwai no, sa o tatiti si Ben, kada roto manama email o, but manam kang nguhulo, pes talo mas finmi ke corazon na. It's a moral land trust. Agogo spia, it's a moral land trust. Pago Hagu Senior Senator Tina Muña Barnes, Hagu Pago Land Trust, Tamasugi, Ilan?
Ay, tigo si Senador Tom Ada.
Okay. Okay. Lo gini menuju abel no. Pues kita ne talung na yo ne je kopya. Ta pabe gua dia loke pabe taite tunggu ko malik pari total ta. Pues kada biahi guaha anak mana yo sa ukukuni alung itumoro nation na bakada kun todo senator Rory atumay no ukukuni alung jani tautamona ne di frajan hajit na tautaw kadam maliu jan tautaw tumoro masya mano masya tele supermarket masya banku pemaro jo kuntusi gua na mana parahu gua na tu repara haji mana ketu sabe kuntusi siya apa gua kita nota hamju tinggal tengo sa sina no lemizu tema pesisi tauto longan gua haman manau nia pen sinangani sia sa gua na put no fan kontra go bat baru promote saga sa pajno go merampi arti World War II gi Japanese gi Africa talo da no lili di tomorrow nation bes tumuno ko sa ti gos aggressive tergi totomona ne reflect no fotma pare diri chota tamumuji sa si Ben ungkan manongki ne no idiri son tototano agof hongi eno hasta mano pa United Nations documentos right di publiko talo military hearing tomato documentos. Guija fanana senador tomato documentos. Against the bill up. Atan gi the mijo website ko gagi di basta sa gagi senator Benjamin Pangilinan. Na kumekentos pud esti impact military impact kita nota. Ja nabanidoso mga sa inatendi tauto. Masya inaan inai lo isinente na. Jan iningen na. Ja hungkan ukop tungo. Hungkan ihutan. Na penitine sata adingo wit lo man molik. Lo jika gua keno siya man fit mi lo ke na totogi han giamzo. Tau glory. Un fort my Guam first commission jay you really stuck to it too. Gua haning fetchan mijo. After na Senator Frank Blas. Ni war reparation. Siga gua na tumogi. Sa si Ben man hongi nino. Hago speaker. Siga tomatsu pay kutorapa todo. Tamang gusong ginino. Jong na fit mio comentos. Hunggan utunga na kumikintos oseso. Lo na fit mio mas. Nina sinamo. Sa tandi sisita. Hamju todos. Upupulan hamju ata na di sumotso giteto. Jangi malachien ju sempiu punta. Na guadi la China. Kurihi esti. Quando abbiamo sinating comprendi si ben opalilig na. Itilig na. Malati hantu sinangangan yan. Pen kurihi kui. The mas inapprove. Mas ni na molik. Aja kikitso kui. Quando ti makomprendi. Do aja kikitso kui. Kuntodi sa lapit. Tagi ni pagod dun mito. Inhaksa sa dun mito. Kumagagi si Ben. Tinman sinedi hanzu nin segwi bidan mito. Na pare no. Ta basta. Use sintia. Hunggan. Usagadesi bidan mito hahaso. Lo guane na leku. Hunggan esti lancero fangwaluan. Precisus adigin nila lota. Parewa di fishing rights. Manunggi no luke. Giza mo na halong ito men ni tomorrow grassroots organization no. Giza mo na halong ito na men ipo. Exclusively tomorrow tano po member guihe. Sa guaha jota diretso preferential treatment. Disti hagas ki organic act. I researched and dug it out. We had, except it was removed from the Organic Act. Zatuma si Beneno. Nagwadi ritota. Lo siga man ma kontra ni toto sa nitong. Hunggan. Lo gwadi ritota. Siti man parehuhit. Tani pumalo totogi. Native people have political relationship with a country like the U.S. We're not small-time people. Bear that in mind. Ben knew that. Okay? He knew that. So study back the Organic Act and the history that what happened with those things that were repealed by U.S. Congress, because they did not have to ask your permission to amend or repeal anything in the Organic Act. It's their business because they are colonizing us. At tungo si Beneno, goptungo, jadiga guguut, kikurosan na. Na fanholong fanan, geno, sa edigi infatututu legislaturan guahan. Taitaw tano. Zaman hongin yan, no? Pos, treasure fund ejo, guot ki kurusan mijo, zanin sangan ini fresi. Manulan jo ni, panogi chamoro zanin fresi. You commit yourself and you obligate yourself. Edziki, sinintenan na tauto. Tunga. Pos, si Diyos makasi sa inendra. Gwe, the almost the mas takilo afan na building finona sti sinora gini na hahasu The sina mas onda ni takilo talo mas. Lo utungay lancelo naman takilo sa man preciso importante. Lo onda mas ni takilo. So he's like a martyr para hita. Dita comprendi todo hava que kitsuwi. Lo atotsugi na sinana. Do tunga amju na gwagya ng mangay gafit sa metkot. No. Chegi na sinan mido. Da nambat baron do sa gwa diretson mido. Da angin sige man mabulean do na tada diretson mido. No. So research tatina hunggan. You are a nation and you have that relationship with the US. You're not small time, little piece of island. Yes, you're a colony because you're dominated by superpower. But you have that right. Diretson mido. Dede man mafot mahanzo pat paron osgis ti siya i kumalanini sa hanzo. Dati gowa makalinini sa kuntoramzo. No, nahalong eno kikorasan mido. Sa nigi obligasyon mido. Si Ben utunga na kumprendi na. Ugof tungo. Pus utunga na ganjo man fit me. Man bakbaro. Fanatsu fan. Tagi manay natas tama manatsu loki. Si Ben tumatatsu ne loki. Okay? Lo, esta adingo wet. Po si Jus bindindisi kuntoramzo. Si Jomasia.
Si Jus Masia. Miss Trini Torres. Mr. Ernie Wistick.
Good morning. My name is Ernest Sablan Wistick. First of all, I would like to thank each and every one of you, Senator Rodriguez, Chair Tina Barnes, Speaker Wampet, and all of you, my good senators. I'm proud of all of you. Let me start out in the vernacular. Oh, before I forget, I am the Vice President for the Farmers Co-op. Senator Rodriguez called me up and said, can you give us the blessing for the Farmers Co-op? To name the Speaker, Vicente Pangilinan. Without a doubt, I said, of course. The very same day that Ben passed on, I went to the hospital. The first thing that came to my mind was, we have to honor this man for what he did, and he was a champion of all of us farmers. If we have concern, he listens. And I did mention to a few senators after his passing that we should name that Vicente Pangilinan Farmers Market. Some of the testimony I heard this morning says that we should honor him higher than the farmers market. That means it put the farmers on the bottom of the totem pole. No, I will correct that. You know, our biggest budget in our country, USA, is the military. The second biggest budget is USDA, Department of Agriculture. Agriculture is always the forefront. Without agriculture, we are nothing. Always remember that, and I'm sure you do. Farmers is always number one. And that is higher than even the President of the United States, quote. And being a farmer is the most important thing in this world. I just want to correct that. Now, let me say a few things about our Senator Ben. He's very passionate and he listens. I remember when they first appropriated $3.9 million for the co-op. And he came by my corn stand. He bought a pack of corn. And I told that senator, I said, Senator Ben, it took $3.9 million. Maybe you'll keep me off the street. And he looked at me and he kind of smiled and he says, I like that one. So it will take me off the street once we get our farmers market going, running. And then you'll probably, I can rest a while. It's hard being up there every day, 10 hours a day. With that farmers market, now I can probably relax, I hope. Many, many years ago, I heard the Ben used to work for your father, Senator, or was interim Wampat in Washington when he was a young man. And I know Senator Ben for nearly 20 years here in Guam. And he's always there for the farmers. And in naming him this, always remember that this is higher. This is the highest. This is in agriculture. People will never forget him, even if we all passed on. There's a lot of things to be said, but you all know him. And I'm glad he did what he did. And I'd like to thank him again with the bottom of my heart. And it means a lot. It's also, when the 3.9 million came out, the GVB came down here, this same place. I wanted to give us only wanted to give us $400,000 out of that 3.9 million. And I was asking, but why? You guys promised us 3.9. So immediately Senator Ben and Senator B.J. Cruz said, oh no, you promised them 3.9 million, they're going to get 3.9 million. So this is how come it become a reality. Although we only got 1.2 out of the 3.9. We were supposed to have a bigger farmers market with everything in it. But I'm glad even at 1.2 we managed to put it all together, and that's why there's been a delay to open up the farmers market, because there's refrigeration that are missing. We don't have produce shelf to put our produce on. And nobody even thought about, only Ben. Ben gave us some money, like $200,000 to get this thing started and rolling. It wasn't really thought through that when we opened that door, we were going to be having a lot of produce coming in, but it's not going to work like that. It's going to take time. As the farmers see the opportunity that they can sell their produce, they're going to start becoming in as a member. And I know it will work. Like the old saying says, once you build it, they will come. And I'm already dedicating all of my corn to the farmers market as all they can sell. And then I have the opportunity to plant other crops so we can have more produce. And I'm inviting all the farmers of Guam to become a part of this farmers market, because this is who we are. That is our home. And I thank Ben again for really thinking about us and making this thing happen. And I'm also thanking all of you to make it possible. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Mr. Laguana.
Avere todo samsu. Kayu paugo napa bisa poti loki STE. Mafanaan kailan pumapang zo. Zamana mafanaan magkait mismo ST Farmers Co-op kinaan sa Defunto Ben Pangilin. Maktuzu gini buat otro na rason lo malika no faksaya lo kristi alam. Sentat kilo magait nata nai onro si Defunto Senador Ben Pangilinan. Ana sen misin nilagoho magait ni palabras niya siya sa magait sentat kilo in lengguahi jani gualo jan pare taw niya. Lo mina kalan gay bongsu gay fuerzas afa nawawa na tumagwit lo in fin una question no gini mano gidos para mafanaan gini inaan ni Koam ja si Defunto Ben loki fifino giza mismo fifino gi legislatura antes na tempos si Senador Frank Santos gi después de giza si Senador Ted Nelson pues giza mas pago si uttumo si Defunto Ben pues edji tu tutsuli kopeni lain ni mapoponi lo gua question no gi sa sesuhit man hasu gi fino Inglaterra jahu diskutisti jan si Senador Blas edji met count sigun kinim pendek ko legna met count lancerun tauto hasu no sustansinya ilan finene na ilan ceru kumekilegnya tigwalo ha ilan ceru tanto gaga mamomoksay manok baboy gaga tsiba dan todo no siya pues imapulat niya na hinasun fin Inglaterra the People's Farmers Market gofzata manatiji da mamula kifin Inglaterra kalan leleng niya haji gini pago ilancero haji gaizu iman lancero i tauto siya umareregla iman lancero pesedzigi tapaisid maisait ko enno na anya zamano gi na popodung ina anya si Defunto Senador Ben Pangilinan gui edzigi pues jaho na bedogo hujung eno gi publiko tatahasuji tana denansi isostansianya inaan sa Paraguaho esti imet kau sinya taalok imet kau iman lancerun guahan pat imet kau iman lancero ha lo jangilek mo imet kau lancerun tauto hasuna i lancero imareregla gini ni tauto siya enege o dadagaw na hujung gi publiko nisisita ta hasuji jatana denansi jatana gay sustansya gi minagahit edza ho gogo supporti lo mano gi para mapega namnya si Defunto gi jata onra gi denansi na manera edza za 4 kilo na onro o nanay familia todi siya itaw-tawgis ni manggagi gwini za besanga na gwagwaluzu lokwi tilancero siya alok sa titaza gaga lupura golay papadza sigidijas pinya todo no siya gwaloho za bonafide farmero jan pescado to loki gitasi za ezigi meste nagagi loki pare segundo na live priniponi ni matsotsone gwini lo molika no fakchais ti holum za tana kloro sa tunga na gwa sta ritirauzo za ilingwahi mastakilo para gwa za tana dinansi kosaki famagonta gimamala na generasyon ne umali na dinansi hinasunia iman tau ta antes sa kumunatan na met count lancerun tauto hasso ko dinansi no sa anon pula magay ne People's Farmers Market lo hafa na seswit tatatizi ihinasun Inglaterra malainya na dinancha sina taluk metkaun imanaw tau guahan pat i metkaw lanceron guahan masya ezo dadagawa hujung paham so hasuji sa malilingu fanani sustansyannya gosmaput isti lingwahi sa niniparao gi malofan tempo enigi famagoonta man fifino gihinasun Inglaterra ejemplo edzi un commercio nenglea tua ko esti hago hungan esti guahu istana matucina di lazzi pes mala zatana fandinanzi fan esti finonota sa gimamala na tempo siga molazzi mano na molazzi pes za gaigi zu gini ni spiritun difuntu sa 3 kilo za klaro lokwi finotnya fiat zan fitmi hininggennya para iman taw-tawnya zani finota pes edzigi na gaigyo na husen sopotti esti lo agang siya iman menhalum zo ma diskuti zo ma disidi manu idinansi eto sasangan ekwa sinya on alok na dinansi i matugenya lo paragwao eji taw-taw halum gi haji gaiji man lancero i taw-taw siya parhitan ni man lancero ni mangwagwalo parhitan ni mangwagwalo man lancero sa guau siguni kinin pendekko isti lancero todo da tanto gollai gaga dan todo no siya peseta o dadaga hujung gi jamju manilu ni man magas gana hulu hasuji fan jatana kloro ejigi za hutuna todo samju non tafanaan estigias difunto sa gos met good hiningenya za tomato gitat kilo aman hujung gi ane mate gi ane mahafud gi seremonias anuk naman hujung to di man iman tau tono za ma onra gi 3 kilo na manera edzo gogo gi za hamju hasufan agang iman menhalum za ma diskuti jata adzik jata disidi gi antes di tapega zo manona latsi pat dinansi gini gilai jata pa lai jata na dinansi enigi si Diyos masi.
Buen provecho, Mr. Laguatnya. Thank you very much. And at this time, are there any questions or comments to any of the panel members here? If not, Dunklin and si Diyos masi, okay? We do have another list of names that would like to speak in support of Bill 203. We do have Jonathan Menglotnya and John Ray Uggan and former Senator Hope Cristobal. Please join us. Is Mr. Menglotnya here? Menglotnya? I'm saying that right? It's Jonathan Menglotnya. He shows here in support of, so just note that for the record. Mr. Uggan, if I may, Senator, former Senator.
Ladies first.
Thank you.
Si Diyos masi. I'm here to provide testimony for naming the Farmers Cooperative Association of Guam, Inc. facility in Dela, Lot 10155. The speaker, Ben Pangilinan, Guam Farmers Market. And the correction that Ron Laguatnya has just made on the use of our Chamorro language, the proper use. My name is Hope Alvarez Cristobal, a small business backyard farmer for over 5 years. I support a few hotel restaurant kitchens in their need for culinary herbs. I am a director in the Northern Guam Soil and Water Conservation District Board, and I'm also the board secretary for the Guam Farmers, the Farmers Cooperative Association of Guam, Inc. For those of us who knew Speaker Pangilinan, the man's farthest thought is to have anything named after him. It was the way he was, a simple, humble, but a very enlightened public servant who believed in paying attention to the substantive needs of the people of Guam and doing something about it. As that enlightened public servant, the Chamorro, he knew our connectiveness to the land and our nature as the Tautautano, and sought to lay the 21st century path back to that spirit and nature of our people, to the work of our farmers. His political decisions are always well-rounded and always took into consideration the place that our Tautautano are going to have in the crafting of policies of this legislature. He was keenly interested in the work and potential of the farmers at the Farmers Co-op and what the co-op could do for our island community. He assigned staff, Mr. Napu Castro and then Ms. Nicole Santos, to attend our FCAG Inc. board meetings and the facilities design phase working meetings that were held with Gida, the project management officer, and the architect. He studied not just the needs of the FCAG and our plans to build the facility, but its implications for an abundance of produce, its healthy contribution to our health and our languishing nascent economic engine. He saw and understood its multidimensional outcomes were it to become a sustainable operation. Speaker Ben was dedicated to crafting policy to incentivize increased sustainability of our island for farmers who, I would rather ascribe the honor of maintaining the oldest institution on island. He worked with the Ancestral Lands Commission and was able to authorize Lot 10155 for the use of the FCAG purposes. He closely monitored our progress on the facility and was convinced that initial legislative assistance was key in getting the FCAG Inc. off on the right foot. While he tactfully stayed out of the politics of the organization during tumultuous year under a tyrannical leader, he trusted in our inherent mission to do good by the community and appropriated sums that continue to help FCAG move forward, planting the seeds of wisdom of returning to the land as our most precious resource to sustain us. He was truly an ordinary man whose wisdom is beyond any I've seen in our days. He wanted to make a difference in the lives of the common people. Farmers had a place to call home. We now have a modern facility, albeit without some needed infrastructure, as Ernie has pointed out, funded by the hotel occupancy taxes bond, which I felt is the rightful direction these taxes should be aimed at. And we have been provided seed money, primarily to get a business plan in place and to begin operations. We have a tall order in front of us through Speaker Ben's vision. We must multiply membership. We must multiply our output of good local staple crops for our hungry families craving healthier lives in a toxic environment. We must multiply, but we also must multiply that good old Chamorro spirit. Sidusmasi.
When permits to Senator Stobel. Mr. Uggan?
On. Hoy, dyan hafade na ano si John Raymond na pati Uggan dyan tataw talofufuzo. Nanaon tataw manggagalu manlansero. Matugini pago pabusupoti. Estinalay po mafanan. Metkaw tau guahan. Dongklo na onra by defunto Senator Ben Pangilinan. O gofto nga si Senator Ben Pangilinan ay tipod senador na po tau gwi za fa tau i 8 tau. Ngan an matay tau ta sangan todi menalik niya. Guabo sangan todi binaban niya si defunto. Baba na tau sa kontra i gobyerno, masya hodin na gobyerno, masya demokratugi kung pa usupoti pa menaulik i tau. Destigi uno na dongkulo amumunya ipunagwaha mitkau pa i tau tono. Baba na tau niya kontra puri iyo gobyerno siya ay ti Republican na pa di Democrat. Haji na gobyerno gagigwi danginas lii asenti na pa defekto ay ti pay minawli kita tawguhan Widza kumaulo za defendi itaw tawguhan. Uno dyan dangkulo mas si Ben Bidania da todram sa mulii, todram sa sumenti. Iti malefa ginin mano gwi magi. Masyagwal didi sa lapenya. Lucinia anayaw nedi ultimo na pedason mandong ni pakano za hagong kano. Edzigi na tau. Ay ti aspipia ko polalo do Swedonia. Ay ti aspipia ko podongkulo business niya. Aspipia mano empeño para itawtawguhan po Fanlibiano. Maput pa gumalo. Langin timangwagulo amzo ting comprendi. Isita pangwagwalo. 1985, itsilu mambendi tandia 50 cents a pound. 2015 pago 50 cents a pound ha. Look in 1985 night $10 sa 50 pound na bono. Pago $55. Da po parewa ipreso. Ang ginonsagi man bendi ginigi mit kao mga peles para hafa na supermarket ginuhudong. Barato malagonia. Lo ay de pur midzon and midzon. Na food stamp mahalong ki kada mes. Dati sina masupoti. Itatawguhan. Ito rin manapun niya. Pay abono. Pay hanom. Lo este na mekao, masa na labiano ipangguluhan, pumatsuli efektus niya. Sangin, 30, 40 years ago, the cost of watermelon is 50 cents a pound, and it's still 55 cents today. Might as well not plant the watermelon. But with millions and millions of dollars coming to all these supermarkets, every first of the month from food stamp, they want it in a cheaper price. So most of the farmers would rather not farm. It is not worth the cost. Lo pago ni Bidania, imalik Bidania pago si Ben, dan haji siya gidamdo gumatsungi na umanalais ti. Puset bi itaw-taw-tano. Da pwede mo ang ginutsuli uzong hulo gigi matkao idoneo umafahan gi presu ay ti presun imalagonia. Sagi mangwalo imas malik ini na tinanom sa Libiano panahon ng marijuana sa tinsita pesticide tinsita bono lo it's illegal. Lo tanong fioles sa kinanuo ni abono, kinanuo ni pesticide, pininuo, pes barato na pambendi, tibali. O supporti esti na tinigi na umanalay, data ora un tau-tau. Masya tayo tao niya gini, lo gagi spiritu niya gini, lo tanota, nalalala, za supoputi, itaw-tawguhan, tatalo, tsagi fan, paman mga tau-tau tagiyas dufunto, munga man malefa man ginin mano am zumogi. Buen provecho.
Si Jos Masi. Are there any of them?
Viva Ben! Viva!
Si Jos Masi, Mr. Agan. Any of my colleagues wish to ask any questions of Senator Cristobo or Mr. Agan? If not, again, to the listening audience out there and to those here, if anyone wishes to present written testimony regarding Bill 203, they may do so by sending it to senator@tinamuñabarnes.com or via facsimile to the Office of Senator Muña Barnes, 472-3400. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, if I can ask the committee members to give me the login sheet for Bill 186. Bill 186-33 COR is an act to appropriate the funds from the fiscal year 2014 hotel occupancy tax hot surplus fund to the Guam Visitors Bureau for a pilot program to support the needs of the Korean visitor market. It was introduced by myself and Senator Frank Blas Jr. I will share the intent of Bill 186-33, which is to take the $250,000 from the hotel occupancy tax surplus fund to provide to the Guam Visitors Bureau for the investment in the growing Korean market through a pilot program with concierge services. There has been collaboration and reports from the Korean community asking that as we see that the Korean market is growing, if there's anything that's lacking out there, is information that is needed in the specific tourist areas where the tourists could ascertain any information, whether it be about places to go to, historic places to go to, translation information and all that. So it was through the collaboration and bipartisan support with Senator Frank Blas, who also had some meetings with constituents from the Korean community and has shared it with our committee, if we could look at this at this pilot project to see what we could do to support those efforts, working closely with GVB. I do not have anybody else to speak. I did see Senator Tattagui. Would you care to give, as she has it here, to support on behalf of GVB? Senator Frank Blas, do you have a comment?
Not to support.
I said, would you like to say anything?
She
Okay.
presumed your position on the bill.
Support or not support. Please state your name for the record, where you're from, and if you support or don't support the bill. Thank you.
Buenos and half day senators, Guahusi Telo Taitugui, Tauta Inalahan. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, do I need to speak up louder? Maybe if I sing it, it'll be loud. Half a day. Buenos Speaker Wampat, Senator Frank Blas, Chairperson Tina Muña Barnes, Senator Muña Barnes, Senator Rory Spicio, Senator Tony Atta, Senator Dennis Rodriguez, and Senator Tommy Morrison. Buenos and half a day. I'm here on behalf of, I was going to say Senator Nate tonight, hint, hint. No. On behalf of the Guam Visitors Bureau, and I'll read the testimony in for the record. Hafaday Chairperson Barnes and members of the Committee on Municipal Affairs, Tourism, Housing, and Historical Preservation. On behalf of the Guam Visitors Bureau Board of Directors, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill 186-33, an act to appropriate funds from the fiscal year 2014 hotel occupancy tax hot surplus funds to the Guam Visitors Bureau for the pilot program to support the needs of the growing Korean visitors market. Marketing Guam as a world-class destination of choice for visitors from our core market is an important part of GVB's mission. Our island paradise is a gem in the Pacific, offering unique experiences of our Chamorro culture and natural beauty. When marketing Guam, GVB makes a promise to potential visitors that the experience you get of our island and people will be second to none. Providing for the needs of visitors once they arrive on Guam is an important part of Guam brand promise we make every day. Therefore, GVB is pleased to provide support for the intent of Bill 186-33 and kindly request the bill be expanded to include all visitors from our core source markets with the priority on the Korean market. Lastly, we humbly ask that the legislature continue to work in partnership with GVB to also identify funding for critically needed capital improvements and safety projects in order to ensure safety and welfare of our tourists and most especially our community. Again, Sijus Mosi, for the partnership of GVB's mission and for allowing us to submit this testimony. Sijus Mosi, John Nathan DeKnight, General Manager, Guam Visitors Bureau.
Thank you, Senator Taitagui. At this time, I recognize the co-author of the bill, Senator Frank Blas, for comments or questions.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you very much for that letter of support. And I appreciate, the desire of the Visitors Bureau. And you're right. I think that there is the opportunity to be able to expand. However, I believe that when we first drafted this thing, one of the things we first off, this was based on initially a discussion that we had with GVB when you brought up the GVB was here for their budget discussions, and I asked specifically about having the ability to be able to take care of this new phenomena that we're seeing with the Korean market, which is the freely independent traveler. And through the recognition, the realization that yes, this is a phenomenon, and we're still trying to wrap our head around how to be able to do this, and recognizing the amount of money. $250,000 is wow. It's seed money. It's intended just to be the seed money. Hopefully, that what happens here is that as the industry grows, it funds itself through other means. But you're right. I see that as we grow our other markets with China, and we grow other markets with Russia, those tourists as well experience the same thing. And so I'd like to be able, and I could continue to work with GVB in being able to find ways to be able to deal with the freely independent travelers. For many years, for many decades, I guess we've become accustomed and become used to, the typical or the traditional traveler who, from Asia, who relied on tour agents and tour buses and tour groups and whatnot. Okay, they had their little access to the information and stuff. And with the new phenomena again of the freely independent traveler, this is a growing pain for everybody. And I appreciate that GVB is finding ways to be able to make sure that we take care of them. And so I'm going to continue to work with you guys. I was encouraged by the letter, and I appreciate it. And so I will work, and I'm sure that I'll work with a good chair here to be able to find innovative ways. Recognizing funding can be short a little bit, but we can, if we could stretch things, and if we can use innovative ways to be able to do the marketing, to provide the service, we'll do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Speaker Wampat.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Senator, if you don't mind, if you can answer some questions, because I understand exactly what it is that, specific things you're saying to provide. Concierge emergency hotline, translation, language-friendly hospital clinic referrals, transportation assistance. But can you give us a little more information on the who, what, when, and where? Is this going to be a program that's going to be part of GVB? Is it going to be at the individual hotels? I mean, can you just give us a little more information exactly what this program, this pilot program will provide? I mean, okay, I mean, he said he can answer that.
And this is the whole idea.
Okay, Senator,
and
thank
just
you.
to be able to provide the information, because I know that this is something that, again, it's still in its infancy and embryo stages. You know, while it says it provides a number of things that we would like to see that it provides, obviously GVB is the experts. And what we wanted to do was, like you had stated, is being able to make sure that we provide enough information and enough of the, for lack of a better term, the services, if you will, to be able to deal with this, again, freely independent traveler. We have to, the mindset is not that traveler that is with the tour group. And is providing them, I guess, a resource so that, you know, it goes to their independence in the traveling. But at the same time, it provides them with the information necessary so that they have a wholesome, safe, wholesome, you know, and a full experience of the hospitality and generosity that we have here on Guam. You know, it's giving them that means to be able to call somebody, to be able to provide them with the necessary information. And a lot of that, what does that basically mean? Yes, it means basically putting together a 24/7 operation. So that this tourist, as they're experiencing the island, if they have any questions, they have the confidence in knowing that there's somebody that can help them in getting back to the hotel, you know, and in being able to find medical services, where they can find the medical services, in being able to help them with the translations, help businesses with the translations. So that's what this is. The bill is going to be providing, is that opportunity to be able to fashion something to help that free and independent traveler as they're coming to Guam.
So that's the what. Who is going to do this?
Okay,
Where is it going to be at?
Okay, the who is basically, this is going to be where GVB is going to come up and put together the package so that it can be put out, whether or not it's in-house and whether or not it's through a request for you know, that's up to you guys.
Yeah, exactly. If I may just interject just a little bit, Senator, I think what we would do first is put down the needs, especially interpreters, is probably on the top of the list. You know, when it comes to any kind of, for safety purposes, directing them in case anything should happen to that area of safety, and then of course on the medical side to be able to provide that service. I know that the courts actually have an interpreter, so that's currently going on. Then we would probably put together all these scope of work that's needed, come up with a pilot program, and then after that we would probably send it out for an RFP and find someone to actually be able to cover all these areas in the program. So that's how we'll move forward on this one.
And how did you determine the amount of $250,000 for a pilot program that, I mean, when I'm just thinking, the hotlines that we call one individual on that one end of the line 24/7, maybe several individuals, but $250,000 really? I mean, I know earlier in your statement you did say that maybe that we could add all markets, but making the Korean market a priority, and that to consider as well, additional funding for capital improvement and safety. So is that all inclusive of the 250 with all the other markets, or this is just specifically the Korean market? Because 250, I mean, I don't know how you came up with that dollar amount.
Yeah, we definitely have to be realistic with the funding source, but we also can be very innovative with regards to finding other means that we already incorporate this type of service. We know that the Guam Airport Authority has a kiosk outside that we can work with the airport authorities so we can maybe cut costs in that area. So I'm sure that, with a lot of hard work and research and making sure that what we do put out is something that will work, and will stay within our means.
And lastly is that, is there something somehow broken or not happening that there's a need to do this? I know there's the Korean associations, other Korean members in the community. They go to certain hotels, specific, of course, to, that particular group that, may be able to provide this. So was there some indicators somehow that, was showing that this is what really is lacking and that we need to do this? And is it also showing in the other market with the Russian, groups coming in, the Japanese, tourists, Chinese tourists? So is this something that we're going to start to see an expansion then from the Korean market to all the others now? I know when the first time we heard about when Russians were starting to come here now, people were wondering whether should we start offering, courses at UOG now to get our students ready for that market, so that then, and do we start translating again all of our signs, things of that nature. So is that where we're going to be going down the line after this particular pilot program?
Well, definitely what Senator Bloss was referring to on the independent travelers. That's what we're seeing a big growth in. So they lack the information that most tour agents are able to provide them. So this is a real big reason why we're pushing in this area to provide that kind of service. And this will actually, like Senator Bloss said, will accommodate for that. As you know, our numbers are growing. We've hit record-breaking months just this year. And we're seeing a big influx, mostly in the Korean market. So this is a great area that we are going to prioritize on, but yet not forget the other visitors that are coming into still the Japanese market, even though it's slower, and the Taiwan market, Chinese market. We still have to be conscious of that, and that every visitor that walks out, the airport, that they're treated all fairly and equally. But there is a huge emphasis on the Korean market at this point right now. So yes, it is definitely needed to assist them. Many of them come out of the airport, they rent a car, and they just go out. They don't know where to go. We provide as much as we can at the Guam Visitors Bureau when they meet us, and most hotels, they don't really know which is a Korean hotel, but whatever hotel they go to, we really don't determine that, but we definitely want to provide the service and the hospitality. Thank you, Speaker.
Anybody else? If not, I'd like to close up on this bill, and as the good Deputy General Manager spoke about the increasing numbers of the Korean tourist market, it's imperative to know that over 28% of the total visitors for 2015 was the Korean market. It makes up over 1.8 growth of the total visitor industry, and there are specific breakdowns on the different Korean visitors. But I need to note for the record that when this program was asked to come about, it was because there was that lack of information to translate or to get around the island, around the historic places, around that. And if we had said, it was mentioned in the trade shows that if there was one thing that, and the surveys, if there was one thing that was lacking, was a direct communication or an access where a tourist could go through, especially the freely independent travelers, that they would have no sense of guidance, even with a map, and that if they had some kind of program that we could look at and provide that information to, whether it be for safety reasons, informational reasons, guidance reasons, that it would help them. And in collaboration with working with Senator Frank Blas, who also shared his sentiments, because constituents have come to him from the Korean community and to our office, we said, let's come together with this pilot project. It was with an understanding that we knew that if this pilot project was successful, that we would open it up to all the markets. And predominantly in the past, since the inception of the Guam Visitors Bureau, the focus was on the Japan market. And now that we're realizing that Guam needs to diversify, Korea has been the number 2 market in the last several years, growing rapidly. There has been a commitment from the agencies and the government officials back in Korea that they would increase that number and support the visitor travel to Guam. So again, we hope that this bill would be given its fair consideration. We thank GVB for being here and sharing your support. And again, open written testimony on this bill. If you would like to present it, you can send it to senator@tinamuñabarnes.com or to via facsimile at 4723455. And I'd like to thank Senator Chatagui for being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I also like to acknowledge Senator Esbaldon, who's here, and Senator McGreedy. Thank you.
You're very welcome. So with that being said, we call Bill 186-33 COR publicly heard. At this time, the next bill on the agenda, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your patience. I know we've been here since before 9 o'clock. Bill number 161-33 COR is an act to repeal and reenact Section 1026 of Chapter 10, Title 1, Guam Code Annotated, relative to establishing the Guam Liberation Fishing Event. The author of that legislation, ladies and gentlemen, is Senator Brad McCready. And as I'm getting up the list of those who wish to speak, I'd open the floor for Senator Brad McCready to give some opening remarks on this bill.
This is on Bill 160, correct?
No,
161. Okay. Thank you.
On the fishing.
On the fishing derby. Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill 161-33 is an act to repeal and reenact 1026 of Guam Chapter 10, Title 1, Guam Code Annotated, relative to establishing the Guam Liberation Fishing Event. Now, basically what we did, Madam Chair, was we asked that through this legislation that GVB and the Fishermen's Co-op would get together and authorize us $35,000 from the TAF for some clerical and technical and logistical support. And the governor would appoint the Guam Liberation Fishing Event Committee with fishermen and anyone who is interested. And this is kind of a way to ensure that we continue to promote fishing as a not just a hobby but a way of life on Guam. And we want to make it part of Liberation Day festivities as well. So that's Bill 161, Madam Chair, and I'm looking for any discussion on the bill as well.
Senator McCready. Here to speak on the bill of 161, I have, I'm going to say Carl Dela Cruz, Michael Duenas, John G. Teitznel, and Tom Camacho. Are they here? Mr. Camacho, would you like to speak or just in support of the bill? Just in support. John Teitznel? Support of the bill. Mike, I want to say this is Duenas. Michael, in support of the bill. It's just in support of the bill. And Carl Dela Cruz, are you here? Just in support, showing your support for Bill 161-33 COR. If that, is there anybody of my colleagues wishing to at least say a comment?
Well, I have a question to all four of you who are here then saying your support is, why do you support changing it from Marianas to Guam Liberation Derby when you've participated in going to the Marianas to CNMI and then vice versa? Can somebody please answer that question?
Yes,
Sure,
yes,
please,
Mr.
please,
Duenas.
please come up, Mr. Duenas.
Yes, you did. And I was calling you guys forward to see if you wanted to speak on the bill or not. Thank you, Mr. Duenas.
My name is Manny Duenas. I'm president of the Guam Fishermen's Cooperative Association. Regarding the question, there was one way of ensuring that we got funding. This law was in the books for the last 30 or 40 years without a funding source. GVB has been so generous in the up to 20 years ago in providing some funds available. We were kind of disheartened because we sent like 15 of our guys up to Saipan to participate in their derby, and their GVB gives them $25,000 just for a single event. Over the years, we have progressed with our derbies, and just not to avoid your question, but we want to maintain the name, but it's a Liberation Day event because we have 3 organizations that have been doing tournaments for local people for the last, I believe, 7 years. We have the Marianas Underwater Fishing Federation, which is strictly spearfishing, free diving, and we send our guys out to the Pacific Games, and they come back with the gold. And then we have the Guam Organization of Saltwater Anglers, which is Tom Camacho's president and Johnny Title's a member. They also provide tournaments for the shoreline fishermen. So, and the largest event, of course, is the Guam Marianas International Fishing Derby, where our people from the Marianas come down and visit us. So this, the amount of money and the amount of time and effort has long been overdue. And we have I don't think we have an intention to change the name, but we will change the activity as a whole to give it a Guam Liberation. And we also mentioned to the good senator, and I thank Senator McCready for this, that Liberation Day is kind of hectic down in Agana. And, it's difficult for us to put on these 3 events because of trailer parking. I mean, this last derby, we had over 80 participants. And, we had tickets given to our trailers and boats because trailers because they were parked along Marine Drive. There's no space available for, so I think we'll have 50 boats that left out of Agana the first day, and 10 or 15 of them had tickets attached to their windshields. So, these are the things that we have to work out, logistically. But as far as the tournaments, like I said, around Liberation, it gets kind of hectic because everybody works on the parade and stuff like that. But we would like to maintain our title, but we would give it overall heading of the Liberation Day Derbies. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that explanation. And it seems that the gist of this really was to try to get the funding source that you need rather than just changing. I mean, for me, it's a step backwards, when you change from the Marianas, when the goal always has been to get the islands, together. And we've been supporting and participating in these events. And I like your idea is that overall, yes, the overarching thing is that during liberations, but to change it from Marianas, to Guam Liberation. And for me personally, I'll just tell you right now, I don't support it. I support wholeheartedly, yes, the giving you the resources that you need. They've done it before, and I think they need to continue. And you are right, because I was in Saipan at the time when the boats were coming in, and CNMI has been very supportive in providing the funding, and a lot of the guys come out. Guam, of course, you didn't have the funding, so very few boats were able to make it there. So I support that, but I surely do not want to change the name. I like to keep the Marianas.
Manny, I think
we are the Marianas.
If I may, in the effort of working together, I think she's right, and I'll have no problem as the author to change the bill back to Marianas.
Well, like I said, the overarching title theme is liberation. I think we want to keep celebrating that as far as...
We can keep liberation in there. Maybe we can just add liberation.
The organizations, and the other thing we're rather proud of is our La Guput Pescador, and we've been putting that on, not mainly for our fishermen, but mainly for our artists, the carvers, we all have a great time. And it's one of the few rare events that we have on Guam where we don't charge anything. We invite the people to bring out their wares and come and sit with us in the sun and try out our local fish, our different recipes. It's just to promote a healthier living. The Fishermen's Co-op has been criticized in the past, but the thing is, what we want to do is maintain a 4,000-year-old tradition. We are not totally old commercial fishermen. There's actually no commercial fishermen that I know of on this island. The sad case of running a co-op, and I'm sure the farmers will have to deal with it, is that when you get a better price somewhere else, you're not going to get the fish, you're not going to get the vegetables, you're not going to get whatever you need. It's a matter of camaraderie and try to work together to perpetuate something for the betterment of our community. And that's what the co-op stands for. It's cooperation. Not everybody will agree on the decisions made. Not everyone will agree on the steps forward. But the thing is, you have to move forward. And that's where I've been rather proud in 21 years of service to the community through the Fishermen's Co-op. I think that we need to put more emphasis in our local producers, farmers and fishermen, because they are a dying breed. You heard that today. Nobody wants to go out in the sun and plant seeds anymore. Everybody has a hard time. Fishermen are having difficult times, especially with the gas prices. And thank God it went down. But now we're worried about our fishing because there's so many people interested in rules and regulations. And that's why I'll talk on the next bill, but at the end of the day, I thank this good senator for providing, and this legislature hopefully will provide this funding for derbies, because like I said, we have to develop that interest for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that being said, I will call Bill. I do apologize. There is a Lonnie Salas. Is she here in the audience? Would you hear for support? 160, we're speaking right now on 161-33 COR, but we will be speaking on 160. Okay, thank you. Okay. With that being said, we have the committee will call bill number 161-33 COR publicly heard, and again, we'll accept testimony at senator@tinamuñabarnes.com or via facsimile at 472-3400. Next on the agenda, ladies and gentlemen, is bill number last bill on the agenda, ladies and gentlemen, is bill number 160-33 COR, which is an act to add a new Article 9 to Chapter 63, Title 5, Guam Code Annotated, relative to the Guam Ocean and Fisheries Conservation Act of 2015, to add a new subsection D to Section 30101 to Chapter 30, Title 11, Guam Code Annotated, relative to the establishment of marine conservation fee, and to amend Section 30107 of Chapter 30, Title 11, Guam Code Annotated, relative to the deposit of fees into the Guam Ocean and Fisheries Conservation and Development Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier when I spoke about Bill 160-33 as introduced, working with the author of the legislation and the committee work and the offices, we know that there have been amendments. We know that the administration agency heads have been talking to the author of the legislation and to our committee in reference to major amendments that were going to be made. I noted that for the record. We do have copies of the original bill as introduced, which is online. We did get a substituted version based on the request that the author spoke, and I was going to give him the opportunity to speak on that bill, on those amendments, and share his thoughts and sentiments to the substituted version that will go into this committee report, and then open it up for public participation, oral testimony, and then further open it up for additional hearings, markup hearings if necessary. So I want to make sure that the listening audience and you, ladies and gentlemen, that are here today in this public hearing room to know that we do have the bill as introduced, and we do have a bill that is being introduced today with some changes based on continued communication of the administration, the community at large, and some of the concerns that were brought up. So with that being said, I am hearing both at this time, if anybody wants to pick up the amended version, because there are major changes
Madam-
and deletions. Yes.
Madam Speaker, just a point of order on this one. And now it's just a matter of procedure. The bill that was introduced is what I'm understanding that you're saying is different from the one that's before us today.
Yes, Senator Espadon, and I've stated that both the bill as introduced and as noticed will be on. The bill is being heard today. We already accepted from the author that there were major changes. That is being included today. We will have a markup hearing, so this bill will be heard. So right now, as Oversight Chair, because this bill was sent to me, is I'm going to accept any testimony on Bill 130, 160-33 COR as introduced, and the amendments that the good author has shared in his commitment to the community and to the administration and the committee of the Oversight Chair of Tourism, that the changes will be made. So
I'm sorry.
I
Madam.
understand that. I will publicly hear if there is any debate on the floor for any that we can discuss that on the voting in committee. And the further.
That seems irregular, Madam Chair.
Very
irregular. And well, I'm going to, again, the whole thing is the people have downloaded or have become familiar with the bill as introduced.
Then Senator Espadon, I will go ahead at this time, accept the presentation from Senator Brett McCready, and then we'll work with what has been noticed to the people. But I will note to this body that there have been recommendations and changes made by the author that I will accept in this committee. With that being said, Senator McCready, you're
I
heard right
object on this procedure, Madam Chair.
Senator Espadon, I understand, duly noted. At this time, Senator McCready, please present your testimony and with the commitment on the changes that you will make.
Madam Chair, I still object, even if it's duly noted. If it's duly noted, then we should at least discuss it. Because of the reason, and again, I understand, but again, we were presented with a bill that we went over.
Understand,
if there are any
Senator
corrections
Espadon.
that need to be made, that will be made after the public hearing, in which then the committee will come and add whatever recommendations.
Espadon, if I
on top of it, we can still make the changes on the floor. But right now, it seems improper to say that we're going to hear both the bills.
Senator Espadon, you did not hear what I just said. Senator Espadon, as introduced, I will listen to the bill has said. I will hear the author of the legislation's testimony. He will hear whatever the community has to say. We will have a markup hearing, but accept the testimony from the author of this bill that was being sponsored. And if there's any changes, I will accept them and have a markup hearing based on what is going to be presented. He has made a commitment to make some changes. I'm just telling the community that the author of this bill wants to make changes.
And I'm saying, Madam Chair, is that if there are changes to be made, it will be made after the public hearing.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Not to be presented right here, right now.
I am exactly what I'm talking about.
Then why am I having in front of me a bill that says nothing? It has no number.
No, I said that the original bill copies. We're going to go ahead and take a 1-minute recess.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can we get the copies of the original bill as introduced?
You're right, the lawyer.
COR as introduced. If there's anyone who wishes to speak in support or oppose of this bill, please do so. I do have names here that, and I will start off based on, is this the only one? Guy Clark.
As introduced.
Mayor Rudy Matanani. Jose Charglove. Mr. Charglove. Fred A. Uggan. Please join us on the table. Mr. Ronald Laguarnia. Thank you, sir. Kathy McCullum. Is there Chris Alvarez here? And that would be Chris Alvarez. Is there a Carl, one more seat open, a Carl Dela Cruz? Okay, thank you. Is Guy Clark here? You're not testifying. Thank you, sir. We'll go ahead and start off. I do apologize. Chris Stinsman.
Yes, no, I just had some things I needed, questions I wanted answered and stuff.
So did you want to come up and present or?
No, I don't really
okay.
have anything to present, just a couple things I'd like cleared up and questions to answer.
Okay. You're more than welcome to join the table if you'd like to ask those inquiries.
Come on.
And at this time, we'll go ahead and start. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I'd ask that you present your testimony for or against, state your name for the record, and we will accept those testimonies. If you do have written testimonies, I'd ask that you submit them to the committee staff that's here to my left, to your right, so that we can append it to the committee report. And then this time, I will start with Mr. Joseph. Oh, I'm sorry, I do apologize. I will yield to the legislative sponsor, the original sponsor of the bill, Senator Brenton.
And Madam Chair, if I may ask, can I kind of, with the time being kind of constrained, can I just go through a little timeline, a quick timeline of how we got to this point and why we may be substituting the bill?
Yes.
I'll make it as quick as possible.
Yes, you can.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Bill 160 started out 21 years ago when Manny Duenas took over the Fishermen's Co-op. And about 4 months ago, I approached him and I asked him what we could do for the Fishermen's Co-op and what we can do for fisheries in general. And he threw me a book about this thick of ideas he had and solutions he had to preserve and conserve our fisheries. And I explained to him, and we all know Manny. Manny's tough. He's hard-headed. He's a stubborn man, and he's emotional. And I explained to him over a 4-month period that in order for us to move forward, I think we're going to have to all do it together. We're going to have to meet as many people as we can who are stakeholders in this industry, and we're going to have to figure out a way to downsize the stack of papers that he gave me, which was great ideas and something that the island needs, to a single, or in this case, a 12-page bill that focuses most on a council. And so the original intent of the bill, we charged a $2 fee for tourists. Every tourist that came into Guam, we charged a $2 fee, hoping to raise $3 million based on the numbers, a little less than $3 million. And that money would go towards, first and foremost, building boat ramps in the north and in the southern part of our island. Sorely needed for emergency purposes. And then we invited, by the way, Madam Chair, I do have two petitions, one in support, one in opposition. I did get the opposition about 3 months ago from the Chamorro Nation. There's about 37 signatures of opposition, and then we did get one from Manny Duenas with about maybe 350 in support. So I wanted to add that into the record as well. Getting back to Bill 160. We decided that we would have to bring in all the stakeholders. So we brought in the indigenous fishing people. We brought in the Chamorro Nation. I have met in Talafofo with the stakeholders in the south about the boat ramps. We have met with the Joseph Cameron, the CAHA, Point of Contact for Fisheries, and we met with the entire industry that we could actually meet with. I know some of the people that are out fishing can't make it. Johnny Atulai, I meet with Johnny Atulai unofficially almost nightly at his spot down at the boat dock after my runs. So I hear it from him almost every day. So what we did was we took everybody's idea. We took everyone's pushback. Now this is a lightning rod bill that not everybody supports, and I understand that we're not going to be able to make everyone happy. But we took everyone's idea. And my intention of this whole bill is to leave the next generation not with sea urchins and sand in the water, but with fish. So my intention for this bill is to get everyone together, the professionals, the island community, and come up with something that we can all put our arms around. So the first thing we did after we received the indigenous fishing rights is we put, that wasn't on the original bill, is we put, part of the council's job would be to, on page 3 we added to reorganize the provisions of Public Law 29-127 in carrying out the duties of the council in exercising its powers. And then we made the council member should be an active member in good standing of the Indigenous Native Resources Task Force pursuant to Public Law 29-127. So we wanted to make sure that we encompass their voice and give them an opportunity to be parallel with everyone else when they wanted to input. And we also took away the $2 fee. Now, I met with the Visitors Bureau. I met with the entire, not the entire board, but most of the board from the Guam Visitors Bureau, the general manager of GHRA, the chairman of GHRA, stakeholders in the Visitors Bureau industry. They were opposed vehemently about the $2 fee. In an effort to move this bill forward, still the most important part of this bill is the council. So I removed the $2 fee.
Point of information, Madam Chair. Are we discussing the changes that he
I'm discussing
made?
what we got here.
Senator Espaldon,
how we got to
giving him
this
the
point.
opportunity to speak on a foundation that he's working on till this date. Please let him present his...
Well, no, my argument
Senator
would be,
Espaldon,
Madam Chair, if you just allow me to speak, you'll know what I'm trying to say.
Senator Espaldon, if I may, can I please give the author of the legislation the time to finish his presentation?
Well, the
Thank you
problem
very
that I
much.
have, Madam Chair, is that the presentation is not in line with the public hearing purpose. The purpose of the
Senator
public hearing is to
Espaldon.
hear the public.
Senator
And
Espaldon.
yet we're having the author justify changes he's made before the public has even had a chance to speak.
Senator
If the author
Espaldon.
had felt that his original bill was inadequate, I think the appropriate move would be to withdraw that original bill, make the real change that he needs to be made, and then reintroduce the
Senator
bill.
Espaldon, if I may, I'm the oversight chair of this. Please give me the opportunity to give Senator Brett McCready the opportunity to finish his presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm discussing the conversations we had in meetings is the reason why we have made the suggested changes to the bill. Although we are discussing the original introduced Bill 160 that hasn't been changed yet, I just want the people in the audience to know that after our meetings, after the people that we've met with intentions, I've heard it. My intention is to change some of the language of the new substituted bill that we haven't substituted yet. I'm just explaining to you guys so you know how I'm reacting to the meetings we had with you guys. And so we also have, and I think this is another important language, is funding for mitigation and surface stormwater runoff. Because if we continue to allow this to happen, the council is not going to be able to stop the runoff and killing the fish. So we won't have fish or coral to be able to suffice another generation of fisheries. So yes, is it a perfect piece of legislation? And no. That is why we had the meetings. So please understand that I did not substitute the bill. I sent changes to the committee chairwoman. She has been very accommodating to work with us on those changes. We're hearing the introduced version today. I'm not the chairman of the committee. I'm just the author of the bill. So I'm allowing everyone to know what we have done with the proposed changes. We have not changed anything yet. These are all proposed changes. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator McCready, and yes, thank you for being diligent and having the committee work with committee staff of this oversight to send in your proposed recommendations and look at the committee looking at it further. I will start this presentation with the public input. I will start with Mr. Chartliff, and if you just again to the panel members, please state your name for the record, where you're from or where you work. If you're in support or not in support, give your testimony. If you have written testimony, I ask that you please submit it to the committee staff so that they can append it to we can append it to the committee report. So with that being said, again, not asking anybody to badger anybody up here. I'm just give your support or not support, give your testimony, submit, and then we'll hear from others. Thank you, Mr. Chartliff.
Madam Chair, I still would have to object to this whole process because it seems to me that the panelists came up to testify on
Senator
the bill.
Espaldon, if I may, I'm here.
If there are going to be some corrections made to the legislation
Senator
that's going to be enacted into law if we pass it, then that's what we should be speaking to, as opposed to something that has missing pieces and parts.
Senator
It would seem that
Espaldon.
the appropriate way to do this is to not just tell them orally what changes are going to be made, but to withdraw the bill, reintroduce a bill that's in its real form, so that the people who want to speak, because this is a public hearing, can speak to it. For them to now proffer testimony on a bill that we already know is going to change, then basically makes their testimony moot.
Senator Espaldon again, I will hear testimony on the bill 160-33 as introduced. I'm only asking that the audience please present your testimony on the bill as introduced. If there's any changes you'd like, please go ahead and submit to this body. Mr. Chartliff, I do apologize. Please proceed.
Madam Chair and Senators of the 33rd Guam Legislature, I read the original bill online, and although there are some areas that I felt need changes, that has yet to be decided after this hearing. But the intent of the bill, as it presented by the author, the Honorable Senator McCready, several fishermen from Inarahan, we met before this bill, and we understand the position that the senator is taking. The bill to regulate the commercial fishing activity on this island is long overdue. I have been fishing since 1978, both from the reef to 2,000 feet, and to my dismay, the only tuna that I see out there is about this size. How can you even sell that? And that is the result of the unregulated commercial fishing activity, both the net and the fishing line. I have seen some of those commercial fishing vessels entered within quarter of a mile, and the long liner stretch from Inarahan up to Anderson Point. And I feel that this should be regulated. Whatever is the regulation that need to be set. The funding source, it may be an objectionable amount, but I find it hard to believe that so many of our tourists are enjoying the benefit of the Agate Marina, the Agana Marina. And sad to say that the Cocos Island is a dwindling tourist destination to Cocos. Inarahan has the most number of bays. If you count from Talufofo, Inarahan, at Falzan and Hazan, there are 4 bays that can be utilized, yet there is no decent boat ramp. To my dismay, I testified on the previous mayor about the boat ramp that was constructed under the GPA, the Community Development Fund. I objected to that because, first of all, it is an inappropriate area. And the CD that I provided there illustrate that of the pressing condition, and it's so frustrating for many of us that we cannot utilize a boat ramp. It was there for just for the tourists to stand and take pictures. That's about the extent of that boat ramp. The Talufofo Bay, I did a graphic design. Both it can serve as a refuge, rescue operation for first responder, the firemen, even the U.S. Coast Guard on their dinghy. Because I had an experience over at Elec. I went out there, and then the harbor rescue tried to go out there and assist me at Elec on the side of the bridge. They were not able to go out and provide assistance because, one, their dinghy was inoperable. They went to Pogo Bay, and they were just looking at me paddling my 18-footer boat into the Elec Bay. I called the Coast Guard because I was tossed over the reef at Hawaiian Rock. Not even the Coast Guard came. I managed to get off my boat from the reef, 18-footer, after the high tide. We risked our life over there, but not the harbor, not the fire, not the Coast Guard. So I'm telling you guys my experience that I am just lucky because I know so much of the water and how to handle myself in a very desperate situation. Others may not be so fortunate. There are so many drowning in Talufofo, and yet there is no boat ramp or something to access. I tried to respond to an emergency when somebody fired a flare that I could see from my house. I went down there with my 13-footer boat, and I almost broke my boat and also crashed on the reef. But I went out there, and for almost 2 hours, I was trying to find out who was in distress, but fortunately, there was nobody out there. Somebody was just doing a prankster firing a flare. So my testimony is whatever this bill that needs to be amended, I think go that route, and I respect the Honorable Senator Spodon. But the overall importance of this meeting, of this project that the Senator is bringing up, and I hope that the Senator will give their support, because I feel that not only that the farmers need assistance, but the people that are going out there just to supplement for a little of their food or even to sell. 2 nights ago, I went to Mariso because that's a boat ramp. I could have gone to Talufofo, but I cannot do that because there's no pier or no boat ramp. I managed to fish for a tulay from 7 o'clock until 8 o'clock the following morning. I sold my fish at the co-op for over $250. And I was able to get some for the family. But mentioning the high cost of gasoline, towing my boat down to Mariso and back up, it's almost a forbidden activity because, you have to save here and save there before you even contemplate on running your boat with a high cost of gasoline. Furthermore, the lack of facility in Inuahan where there are four bays. So I feel that the Senator here, the intent is not so much about who's going to be fishing and who's going to benefit. I think this legislation, if passed, will benefit the entire community on this island. The tourists, part-time fishermen, those people that just probably want to go out there and fish by because many of the people that fish in Talufofo Bay come from Zigo, Dedido, Umarak, Mariso. So I think it's something that the senators should really work together and work on this bill should it need some major amendment like the Honorable Senator Spodon. But that's something that you people would need to decide. And the sooner this bill is worked on, I think it would, for the benefit of the entire community on this island. Thank you, and I hope that you, Senator, can share that CD that I put. I am not an architect, but I can do design, graphic design on the computers where it doesn't take $1 million to build a boat ramp at Talofofo. Maybe 200,000, and that would be a decent boat ramp. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Charcliffe, and we'll note for the record that the DVD that you've presented to this committee copy will be burned and given to every single senator, because I don't have all the senators as members, but every single senator will have a copy of this. Thank you very much. Next to speak on the agenda, ladies and gentlemen, is Kathy McCullum.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Prima Barnes, and Speaker Judy Wampet, Senator McCready for the bill, and all the senators that are here present today. My name is Catherine Flores McCullum, and Bill 160-33 Core is a very precarious approach to the indigenous fishing rights, even if Public Law 29-127 is inserted into the bill. Public Law 29-127 was created because historically the Chamorro people were prohibited by the Spaniards to fish outside the reef. The Naval Administration hampered the free exercise of traditional freedom practices still inside the reef. These restrictions were recognized in 1977 and brought forth in the Constitutional Convention through a draft Constitution of Guam, which was approved by the U.S. Congress and signed by the President of the United States, giving special rights to offshore fishing and harvesting of resources. Public Law 29-127 was passed in December 24, 2008. Due to complications on the play on words by the Attorney General to date, the rules and regulations have yet to be approved. I continue to be a member of the Indigenous Native Resources Task Force, which was created by Public Law 29-127. And we have taken the matter of finalizing these rules and regulations. Upon hearing of Bill 160-33 Core, we included this bill as part of our agenda discussion, met with Senator McCready, who added the Public Law 29-127 into the language and added a member to the task force as a voting member. But still, many questions plague my mind. Bill 160-33 Core creates a new agency of the government of Guam. Subsidy to start the agency for new employees, to man the office and police the areas around Guam and Guam's oceans, new land and water vehicles, basic supplies, policing supplies, payment of utilities, payment to council members, equipment for office, IDs, permits, the list can go on. Will the bill, if passed, be the demise of Public Law 29-127? Under 5 GCA subsection 63-800, a board of directors for Department of Agriculture exists, but no board is meeting. Does this council delete this board? Should the board of directors be active to save taxpayers' money? If this council is really needed, maybe an amendment to 63-800 should be in order. Does the council replace the Department of Agriculture's Fish, Game, Forestry, and Conservation section if bill becomes law? Permit fees, fair or too much, who will be profiting? Why do jet skis dominate the preserve within the reef? Shouldn't this be regulated or banned from within the reefs? When one profits from the sale of fish and is Chamorro, should he be exempt from these permits and takes the normal route of licensing for profit? Should council members be community-based, selected among all fishermen and not organized-based? Having only certain organizations can be dangerous. If there are other organizations that have members who are level-headed thinkers, why just these organizations that will be selected? The name Fisheries Conservation Act does not fit the bill. How can you use the word commercial with conservation? I always believe that commercialized fishing should be licensed and should have permission to commercialize in our waters, regardless if the fisherman is part of a co-op or not. Fishing for subsistence is not commercializing. I make crafted arts to give as gifts, but when I sell my goods, I need a license. The fact that I am in an organization of crafted artists does not excuse me from getting a license to sell. If there is an unequal and unfair treatment among our local fishermen due to this bill, then I am totally against it. Commercial fishing for profit is just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kathy. And again, if I can have a copy of that
Yes.
so that we can append it, I appreciate it. Next on the agenda, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Fred Agansil.
Kosia dispenso alo manana si Jus, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, Senator Espadon, Senator Frank Blas Jr., Senator Respicio, and the author, Senator McCready and Tommy Morrison. By pinut sa Morofana, okay? Bula zo benti tumungo lai na tau lau no wahana makto gani za komento so. Esta ritirao zo pago pos mas manai zo ko freedom pa be kwento sa estabat tisina komento so. Sa gobyerno leknya an matsotso gobyerno tutunga pa din alay. Na freedom of speech space tisino mo speech lai. Go ini man protest ni Chamorro Nation dan itaw to mo na either right kipasil sana malitrato nai agang principle za para suspendio muli betaktao nai lekolano zao non suspended diretso ko gatsong but anyway si Fred Agono lai go chairman in Rebo na lai gi public law 29-127 chairman no gi indigenous native Resources Task Force. Di masangonyo lai po si Brangno, kaya di masangonyo lo lekutakan say, let's tiza tiutungo afa lai what's going on. Jadi nanti si lawyer or attorneys pa doon senators po sila bibigyan na antis fan din fan komento so earlier. Tapandanya fan nodza. Aga so lai bumola pumeska. Zatori tempo teamwork safety first. Ini dikikyo maleso na kyo sangan la stila. Antiuntungo pumeska tiuntungo monango pescantosian alum tono na. Kantuntosian bi maleso. Si Tommy Morrison be tomata go tunga lana tiuntungo monango gatso. Saduka zantosi. Pusti tauto maleso na lo betungo festila inu atan estina biulai. Si Senator Respicio un access to Bill 190, right? I'm the author and si Senator Gothards. And un actan esti dos na matsuli iginin esti para esti. About no 85% manggay gini ni Bill 190. Maulik sa ni the original iagas na bill gave 160. Di manalum indigenous task force pago manahalum pus para Guam to support this I'm not going to support this sa fino kati zalano kati pa bekwento so pareho yung sanga pinili de pino Chamorro pino beka ka po banhamin na uzulaw pareho za bay pula ilek niya sa pareho pa besangan Apuno sempi zila public law sta lower zo 29-127. That's a public law. Puzang ganun falayas tina betunga festi. Mangastam do talo mega salapi. This is gonna be another gigantic Department of Guam. Lano man manggagaw salapi para ginin hamzu talo. Pinaproperty ajip pag wasempe director, gini para wasempe todo pa mambali, para todo uzi kareta, Audiosti siya po finan. Ja unos tilay uaatan. Ja por favor fan sa iutum pakwento sulay. Por dos palabra lay. Si sinoda laguana ko ni earlier na sangan por palabra ni Finutsamoro, right? Ni coordinancy di ponolong mikau itauto. Paogo na tempo lay. Asan lay. Panan ni Amzu lay. Tajono. Ungan si Senator Speaker Wampat wana sangan istilay gizona talk show na Itsamoro lo lano paugos ta Guamenyan anleng mo tauto todo na anleng mo Guamenyan todo klasin tauto lo ita aji kaitan wasti tano Guamenyan adi sino mo pi aji kaitan wasti ni aji gini Speaker aji kaitan mo gua bayungok kan ha tauto semua air lah aja kaitan wasti taza 2 minutos di sini aja aluk otuna palabra nen aluga samoro gatso ti aluk tauto samora right Sasina nai, ini man mafad ini 4,000 years ago ni lang yung istorya la. Nagasa ta praktikas ti na klasin sotso. Ikat yung pa ninisag ba menyan, mawusag ba menyan. Lo por favor fan, by sangan estia, todo samzo hasu fini ni na fan. Justige by sangan gaya si former Senator Castobo gini. Ini Watende ji the Scholar Session Forum University of Guam govjau lately niya ji tres gaya si Speaker Wampat si Laura Thompson si Hope Cristobo betunga pa itan Itsamoro man mamadedisi ti tauto sa nidzong umbi ti Guamenyan itan law itan ay ti tahaso fini na tauta na taso tauto otro nadza Hapa ito na Micronesia na anong na matsuli sa balote gasong Itsamoro ti sina dati niya no sa maresta opesti dumangkulon mapanyawan dumangkulon so maleso lay zani matsoso kokosalan part-time as security wilay back in the early 80s up to late 90s masanganyo aji pescador sti da tauto Micronesia tsuki sa masanganyo tauto tsuk siya aji enboat na desti per maleso manango logo za enboat makikila aji enboat na gaya gani si Mr. Drainer si Manny da masanganyo da umbi ni paro holum gi pian kokus lai ti debi du fanolum siya stop na sa go na in charge sa rento gana tempo in charge of night shift part-time azo lo ini mata no bentina tangkulo no mana serenta do sigida lo anyway o faisin hopana pamano do seguen lenga ma contract siya gi fisherman go up dar si sodi po mabendi guian hopana senior sa mameska ita como malina zo ma pre-sweat just to guess wow si training kaya gi newspaper no zo na man mareste pa malange matapang bisa mastira di ba mantekin pero pan santa na manono zo no maresta taza keninia lo por favor fan ta haswestila na tau ta finene na taso basta por favor tingwa fa basta stop enough is enough hasu tau mo finena hasu gini manual sesti tau sa nijong do tungo lai na maestro do za tungo siya gwa maestro ni tau sa nijong manite raw gwini ti manyaga gwa mombe manano tatte gitanonia suga hazi na tau manano tatte zama gosa siya gi keblin ita munafan lakla siya gwini Betungan ni muskila zo even the dueñas dan ni George Washington High in transfero le George Washington masangangan ni onezi man maestros ya todo dizia na mecano o tauta sanizong rejects sombin man mafatto gwini they're rejects apa na parao gopsa gani ki Guam da tisina gwe no gumopsa ga gitano na sa betunga ba ma-reject na uno gasong tau users de omi mamano matalekan kinador sa napji no na pick up din isa napji right zombie 1988 na modo pesparem papak sa building na pareo no nagagi zun mami classroom right dana stopom biay ni pareo no zulinga sinagon omi otros tin na uzula be fino Zamora tu laikane karitao mo usano tagvini karitao lek dana tai tersewa karitao na gatsong leko malago by chule magi joko Lexus RAV4 the no pas anyway gua karitan mami RAV4 na chule the next day o aze sa gua leko hago fan no by konyo by checho da by you chule RAV4 da by fanuji tauta ni matuna lama sa otro leko you like my car? You wanted to bring the Lexus tomorrow? Oh, I'm just kidding. Lahanos na tao tunga sa lingas na tao. Ini mama Indonesia man matsotso. Zagwa kinadunay gininadzo na lugar. Tiba mention na ba? Mamoble na tao tombe. Lan makto gini Guam. Man lama ritiraw pes maopos gwato gitano na rico. Nauzo. Anyway, tiba acceptas tilay sa lekta donkulos tinauzo sa guago ni palabra siya lay tutunga di development linga gwini gi page 2 gwini section line 1 gi page 2 linga Ocean and Fisheries Conservation and Development Fund established ana ma anyo zo di development line na uzo lay conservation taza agwa lo lama development sampai po develop po sina mi papa di puni ini pago gay kereta Volkswagen ima paga jeling apa mestat kilo na kereta Volkswagen sa simulan gata pegay Volkswagen ulu na gitu ne be estam la uzu na mamano kereta Chevy pust estinai i development they're gonna start small right pestian man maman batku sempre okay barbar ya todo sempre no lo apa di sini man maonyo mausa na palabra conservation and protection gatsong protection lo development and means business as the business thinking as the mentality todos ti para commercial me tama malo kambi gwa malo gini na ay ti para commercial ti no se siente utunga life in English di tunga tumaitay palabra English ay ti anja ni commercial tumungo me laulano para janginun na ginun pasas ti amto ni siniroda ma pasas ti impino itaw tao mo honestly matayam matayaste matay 120 bill 29 127 no kaktigats okay pestalo ginisti ye esti pizza 4 for the qualification terms manalo magi indigenous native fishing task force lao aji numero 1 alo numero 1 dan numero 7 ni mayor council para na mene be mayor council Guam gifini English na jangan atas ti amzoni man mas malate ki gawla sa ti malate zo one council member should be appointed from the community at large Comunidad, aji kumontrol comunidad. Haji, imihot right? Magas ki comunidad. Apa na po manai talo mahot? Imahot talo no. So na sa guy gesta gi na one council should be a mayor nominated by one mayor council. Pes anat so ogwiji nai. Pus the more sempi gitaw tao i community do more sempre pes es casos en que po manai tal vestia Hapa i presenti na Departamento de Agricultura, ni Guazi Fish Aquatic Fish and Wildlife Division, por sempre puno a dos atoza vini direzione però fan assista agricoltura, pus apa agricultura fino earlier tanai fan agricultura gatsung no ajudo anong create talo sti za udosti matai talo ajuna division agricultura mbe adu siya na tauta tagas tinuna agon adu siya fisheries agree man they're expert in this field gatsung apa na para tauta na boarding boys giuso para panasistya ano zulay latest na klase palabras siya nuzo na anyway si zur mase ni nai neste na putinar bebe kwento sa nuzo megay sina pa ta sangam por este lo gi produkto mo bainayam do todo do continue bidan memizo ni maulik para nasrasti para brawa si Fred Algon la hasu fenena itaw mo hasu kini manual anong tungo na Chamorro masya half o third lo waga mo Chamorro haso na SMP pambagon mo na una haso o finamali si Zurmarsi todo sense.
Manprovetsu, Mr. Hogan. Mr. Laguanya, you're recognized.
Okay, Hafre. Madam Chair, si Ronald Laguanya zu. And I'm here on behalf of, as I'm a fisherman also. I'm a bona fide farmer. I'm a fisherman. I'm an advocate for the Chamorro language and culture. I'm in the area of history. I work in the area of tourism as well. I've been doing World Cruise Liner Tour tourism for the past 20 years. I know a lot of what's going on in our island. Now, I'm, with all due respect, Madam Chair, I am in agreement with Mr. Senator Espadon regarding the amendment of the existing bill right now. I think we should have an opportunity to further review and allow also the opportunity for the other fishermen who are out and the ones that are working. They want to be here, but they aren't able to be here. One is my son Ron, and he tried to get out here, but he's working in right now with the tourism industry, driving that ducky ride there, and he's a very young man, a very good fisherman, and I am a subsistent fisherman. I am proud of my fish that I catch, and I'm proud of the farm, the produce that I produce. We value what we grow and what we catch. Now, with that being said, I would suggest that you reschedule this to allow other fishermen to come out here, because many of them are surprised about this. And I know, Mr. Senator McCready, you are a fisherman, right? Are you a co-op member?
Mr. Laguanya, if I may, if you can just present the testimony
I just
for
want to know.
or against, and then do the merits of the bill.
Okay, so I am in opposition of this bill currently because it allows the micromanagement of our fisheries resources to certain group of individuals, the council themselves. I am not a member of the co-op, fishermen's co-op. I'm not a member of the farmers co-op, because their regulatory matters control us, do not allow us the free market. I was sent an application to become a member of the farmers co-op, and when I read the application forms, it does not allow us to sell once you're a member, you can't sell your produce outside of the co-op. Well, that's what it says on the application.
Mr. Laguanya, if I
Anyways, but my point is right now. And now, you're allowing the same group of people, the MUF, the Guam Farmers Co-op, the Gosa. These are the same people are against us as advocates for the scuba tank spear ban. They're going to monopolize and control and regulate. Me as an indigenous rights fisherman, I survive from my fishing and my farming. Now to allow me to pay fees and fines for regulatory purposes is an injustice. I know there is a hidden agenda on this council's development. It's an attack on our Micronesian fishermen, because I'm out there and I see them. They out there, they have their own boats, they fish all the katsu, the bonitas, and then they don't sell it to the co-op. They go and they establish their own markets. But just because they're not members of the co-op doesn't exclude them also, because I am not a member of the co-op. I don't sell my fish to the co-op, so I fall in that category. I fall in that category of the Micronesian immigrants. So are they going to guarantee to regulate the co-op, and this council is going to regulate these fees for those people? Or what about themselves? Are they going to be waived, these council members, these co-op members? These are the questions. You allow them too much autonomy, too much power. What about the tourism operators? They are marine commercial operators, commercial marine operators. These are our tourism operators. Where are they? Are you one of those? Because, and then again, there is a you allow too many, he says 4-year terms, and after that you're going to give them 5-year terms, and then it doesn't say where it ends. How many consecutive times can you run? You can be council member all the way till you die. So these are the things that, and we have other points here, Madam Chair, that I think that this should be set back, put it off on. Let's rehear in the evening hours, where more of our participating fishermen can come out here and state their piece. Also, I'd like to find out where in Zigu are they going to put this ramp. Secondly, in Malesu, in the south, there is already a ramp there, the Malesu Pier. Where's the ramp for the central area, like Mr. Chagalev said, for the back side, east side? That wasn't put into consideration. I think there is a preferential group here that is being adhered to as nonprofit organizations. I'm just questioning that certain private organizations have better treatment than others, that the government and the taxpayers pay. 3.9 million facility paid by the taxpayers to a non-profit organization. And what about the other organizations, non-profits? And they make profit. Because I would like to find out how much the Guam Fishermen's Co-ops generated revenue on an annual basis for the past 5-10 years. And you tell me if they're not making profit. It's not a war between the fishermen like they always tell me. Manny, James Bora, these guys, they're the same people that always go against me. I'm only fighting for the rights of the indigenous people and the future generations of our children and our tomorrows. And I've been fighting for the ban on tank spear. That is a very dangerous. I'm a certified scuba diver since 1979, and I see them rape the backside. When it's calm on the west side, they go and raid the east side. And they're tanking, like I said, in 10 feet of water. And these people should be stopped. Because Guam is the only jurisdiction in the world right now that allows tank spear. Wake up, everybody. It's time to take care of that business. But no, I hear from these guys, we don't want a war among our fishermen. Somebody is benefiting from here. We need to wake up at the reality. I made a lot of enemies, but you know what? I'm fighting for what is good, what is right, and what is just. And I don't fight for myself. I dedicated my whole entire life to promotion, the perpetuation of the lenguaje ng kultura ng Chamorro by Tautauta. And I am practicing it right now. Farming and fishing. And we need the young generation to be here. They're not here right now. My son is just being disturbed right now because he is an expense fisherman. Let me explain what I'm an expense fisherman. I'm not a commercial fisherman. I'm not also a commercial farmer. And if you ask around, that is a very clear term. I'm an expense fisherman is what we fish to try to survive, and whatever left over we sell to pay for our gas, the oil, the repairs, the services, our safety equipment, and everything like that. But we go out and we sell it at the flea market, you know, and make up with what we have. But we don't want to be regulated at all times just to sell to the co-op. Because I'm telling you, but I'm tired of being the victim as an indigenous rights advocate. Like, we are the victims to paying. Impose fines, penalties, fees, licenses, registration. Do that to the outsiders because they are not right to our inherent resources, natural resources that belong to Hitan de Manautautano Dantasi. We own that. That is our inherent God-given right. I know our Micronesian brothers, but those are pelagic fish. Those comes by the tons. It's we need to control the reef fish around the areas. Them, they're catching mini wasa like this and hiduk, no more hiduk. They know it. The groups that I'm referring to, they're my friends. But when it comes to the reality, it's always money, salapi. Money over culture and heritage and natural rights and our resources. That's all I want to say, Madam Chair, and I suggest that this hearing be continued since it's already going on right now, and we can't. I agree with our senator. Dispense primero dinanzi. You know, these changes need to be reflected officially, and that way we can get things straight before it gets adopted and goes on the floor for voting. So it's I'm sorry, Maniluhu, Manny, James, Tom. You know who you guys are. But when you guys form this council, when the indigenous rights goes in and say, open the preserves on a seasonal basis or ban scuba tank, no, they outrun us, they come together, and then they'll just shut us off. That's the bottom line. Micromanagement of our resources.
Thank you,
Just
Mr.
Mossy.
Agamas Benpovetso. Mr. Stinson. Yes, please. State your name for the record. If you can get the mic, please.
My name is Chris Stinsman. First, I'd like to thank everybody for hearing me. As you can tell, I'm not from here, so it's a pleasure to be able to actually have my voice heard by the people, by the elected council, and especially by the people of Guam. Thank you for hearing me out.
You're welcome.
I have a couple of questions. Please pardon me, I'm a little nervous up here. My first big point, or big question that I would like to ask is, why is it the people of Guam only get one voting member? According to this, it says that there's also 5 years. It looks like, according to what I'm reading, I could be wrong. If I am, please correct me, that the actual people of Guam are represented in this council of 7 by one vote. I feel like shouldn't they have more input? I mean, these are the people whose children's lives are going to be affected by this. I believe the point was made before that there's organizations, these organizations tend to work together and get their way, get what they want. At the expense of who? That's my biggest concern. I'm here by choice. My son is here with me, and hopefully he'll be growing up here. You know, this is going to affect him. I kind of feel like they need a bigger voice. You know, that's my main concern, is that people have a bigger voice, that they're not shut out by corporations or by legislation. My other question was in reference to with the boat ramps coming in. Being a member of the volunteer fire department back in the States, I do believe that is something very much needed. Will these also be used for public interest, these boat ramps, or will this be exclusively emergency services? Because if this is going to be used for public reasons, you have to take in conservation and environmental effects from that. As you start bringing in more boats to these areas, I mean, you have environmental effects, not only the effect of what happens to the environment when you construct these boat ramps, but then from the traffic in and out every day consistently. You know, a boat turns over, you spill all that fuel in there. As people drive their vehicles down to offload their boats into here, all the stuff that's collected from the roads, the oils on the bottoms of the vehicles, all of these affect the marine life. The other issue I would like people to think about would be, if this is about conservation, we need to think about wastewater and things. I know down in Tuman there was an issue of people dumping, they're pumping the wastewater from down in the parking lot there into the bay there. That's obviously going to kill the wildlife. You're pumping fresh water into a saltwater environment, not to mention all of the oils that are in this parking lot and anything else that may have leaked. These are all major issues. I have one other question, and I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this. It's honestly a little inflammatory, but I would like to have a rumor cleared up that somebody brought to my attention last night, one of my fishing groups. Senator McCready, it was stated by one of the people that I speak with in my fishing group that some of this money was supposed to come from salaries that are trying to be taken back, and that this may be blocked because of that. I have an issue with this because everybody up here is a public servant. I feel that everybody up here is a public servant. I noticed this morning a little bit of back and forth. That's not my business. Whatever y'all have to do between yourselves is between you guys. But I'd like it noted that you're public servants, and kind of from seeing that, I didn't feel like the public was served. It was, we can hear what the public has to say at this meeting, and if there is other things that need to be addressed to us, whether it be amendments to this, well, we can always reschedule, after we hear what the people have to say. And we can come back and address those issues at a later meeting. And the last thing I would like to address is a later time. I have a few people that noted that they would like to be here, they would like their voices heard, but due to work, a lot of people can't make it. And this has to do with everybody on island. 9 out of 10 people work during the day. I'm just so lucky enough to be a fisherman and a stay-at-home dad that I get to be here. So those are my main concerns. At this point, I'm somewhat opposed, but I would like to be in favor of this bill. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Stinman. Thank you, presenters. We still have a long list, so if I can invite the next panel, you're excused. If I can invite the next panel, Mr. John Rayagan, are you here? John Rayagan, not here. Mr. Michael Duenas, are you here to speak or just present support, or you speak, please have a seat. Mr. John Titsino, would you like to speak, Mr. John? Okay. Mr. Tom Camacho? I do apologize. I see that the good mayor from Inaran has been here all morning. Would she like to speak? I will go ahead and call her up. She's been hiding back. Please, Mayor, come on up. I do apologize. I will also call up Mr. Manette Duenas. Okay, Mr. John Cabo, would you like, were you up? I saw your name here. That's okay. And Miss Trini Torres, your name is on here. Would you like to speak? Okay. I have Josephine and Danny Jackson. Are you guys here to support or oppose? Oppose? Thank you. No speaking. With that being said, I'll go ahead and have this panel speak. I'd like to see if I could yield to the mayor who was here, if that's okay with you, gentlemen. Thank you very much for your patience. Mayor Lahan, por favor, consigue. Here's the light one.
Buenas, Madam Chair, honorable senators. Senator McCready, thank you for introducing this bill. For the record, my name is Doris Flores Lujan, Mayor of Inalahan. I come before you to offer testimony on Bill number 160-33 with a request that the language of the proposed legislation be amended in a manner which I think would make the intent and purpose of the bill more effective and responsive to immediate needs. I speak primarily of provisions of Section 63911B1, establishing the Guam Ocean and Fishery Conservation and Development Fund. Section 63911B1 calls for the development and construction of boat ramps in northern and southern Guam, specifically in Talofofo. I understand the need to provide boat access to the seas along Guam's eastern coastline. Such access is needed to ensure speedier entryways, specifically for emergency watercraft and rescue personnel responding to distress calls from boaters or swimmers, and for the use of Guam's fishermen and recreational boaters. That there is a need to develop and construct a boat ramp in northern Guam is unquestionable, is understandable, because at present there is none. That there needs to be such a facility to permit quick access to emergency first responders to the coastline and shores of northern and northeastern Guam is unquestionably an urgent need. Perhaps for northern Guam, such a facility can be constructed along the shores of Irano, Lahuan Point, and Fadian Cove. It is desirable to have a boat ramp in at least one of these areas, and in the future perhaps near the UOG Marina Lab on Pago Bay or in Talofofo Bay. And let's not forget that one of the major reasons for a boat ramp closer to the eastern shoreline is quicker for the rich fishing grounds on the site of the island, abruptly taking away with the closure of the makeshift Elig small boat launching facility by the reconstruction of the Elig River Bridge. My purpose is offering my thoughts on this measure as the mayor of Inalahan is to simply ask that the language of this legislation also include provisions to provide funding for the repair of the boat ramp at Akfajan Bay, located directly across the Bear Rock. Access to the eastern coastline from Akfajan Bay is much closer and more efficient than from the Hagatna Boat Basin. As written, Bill number 160-33 provides that the preliminary plans for the development and construction of boat ramps in northern Guam and in Talofofo Bay shall be submitted to the legislature and the governor not later than June 1st, 2016. The two boat ramps envisioned by this legislation will not be ready for use for at least another year. The repair of Akfajan Bay boat ramp will ensure that during the year or more that the two new boat ramps are being planned and constructed, emergency rescue craft can be launched from Akfajan Bay to provide quicker emergency response capabilities and better access to the Pacific fishing grounds. As an afterthought, the Port Authority of Guam has statutory jurisdiction over the Hagatna Boat Basin, and Hagat Marina because these facilities provide access to navigable waters. The repairs of such facilities are funded through marina berthing and launching fees, as well as the wharfage fees contained in the port's tariff schedule. Additionally, federal funding for such work is also available. Perhaps another method of providing funding for the repairs of boat launching ramps throughout the island, because such ramps provide access to navigable waters and would be provided in statute provisions that funding for such repairs will be provided by the port. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the people of Inalahan, and also Madam Chair and Senators. I do have survey forms that were filled out by my constituents that they do want the boat ramp at Fajan Bay to be repaired. Thank you.
Hago mas ben provetsu, Madam Mayor of Inalahan. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience. I truly appreciate it. If the panel members don't mind, the senators here this afternoon, are there any questions for Mayor Lujan? If not, you're excused. Thank you, Sidus Masi. Thank you for your patience. Mrs. Trini Torres, please.
Buenas, Jesus Masi son na kwenta sa hamza ni 4 pago. Wow. He get my reduce, no? Anyway, not the fastest reduction I've ever known. Not the weight, no? Anyway. Okay.
It is almost 1 o'clock, and I will continue this public hearing until every speaker has the chance to speak who's come here today. So
Good.
thank you, Mrs. Torres. We still have about 5 more people to speak. So
No.
and we've been here
Excuse
since
me.
9.
I have a
you.
right to talk. Don't cut
Yeah,
me.
no.
Please.
I'm just sharing for the listening audience because you said our numbers have been reduced. I said it's 1:45
Yes.
in the afternoon,
Yeah.
and I will let everybody speak. And I
Good.
just wanted to make sure that you knew that. Thank
Oh,
you.
I knew that. I think I can count 1 to 10, you know. Bija fan basta man na panggaris pito fan. Okay? For nagyam jua ta amku sta magagaw amku ikuturata ne utatitiji. No. And when I first read the bill, the beginning one, there were others before this, the one before this last one. Okay, there's the last one over there with no numbers, was blank. So I asked them what bill was that, 160, and that was the amended one. But I read the beginning ones. Okay, it really blew my head off. I mean, it's my top. It was so huge. It was a giant bill. I was wondering, are you going to take over the governor's job with that first bill and the lieutenant governor's job? Because it was such a big one, you know, as it was forming another department, really. And it also kind of interlinked with the governor's, you know, administration's job. And so I'm glad you kept kind of revising it, amending it. But actually, you did not invite the Indigenous Fishing Task Force to that 2-year thing. That was Chamorro Nation. I have to give credit to Kathy McCollum because she went and spoke to you. Because Fred Ogun is the chairman now. So if you, in the future, include, plus, you know, others that are important people, stakeholders, and it kind of like reminded me with Bill 190, which I know Senator Rory and Judy got their kind of help, and I was really, you know, in on that thing too, to revise, and most of that is still carried on into this last one that you amended, and it became very short. So it's like, what am I going to do? This is what I read. I've been reading before, and there are things I need to kind of invent. I mean, twist my mind and kind of get on gear with. So I would gear my brain on this. I'm very systematic. As a scientist, I like to work systematically and follow suit. Okay, there were things here that are very much disturbing, like Senate Senor Ron Laguana was mentioning, and our task force chairman was also reviewing, even Kathy McCullum and the rest also. And there are things here that, it's kind of maybe, I'm glad you clean it up, sign up kind of thing. But maybe there should be something to be included too. I don't know. And like what we're kind of worried about, is it going to interrupt or kind of break down some of the things that we were working on our fishing rules and regulations for the Public Law 29/127. And so we're kind of bothered, the whole time. It's like, what's going on? And what's the role of the agriculture? And they have been assisting us. We've been working collaboratively with them. And they're very cooperating. Before they used to not cooperate, but the recent administrators are cooperating with us. I'm a Senator Rory who's experienced that. Yeah. The point is, sorry. Okay. The title itself. Now I'm kind of confused. It still retains the title of Guam Ocean and Fisheries Conservation Act. That's a big title, and I was proposing that kind of thing. The protection and conservation and protection of our natural resources before. That's a big one. It's like a big department, And remember, I don't think you remember. I don't know if Senator Rory or Senator Tina remembered, maybe Spadone, Senator Spadone, when the department was squashed down, they called it reform, and they cut it down, and they merged some departments together, and like Chamor Land Trust and Guam Ancestral Landowners came under the land department, management, and the Department of Agriculture still maintains the aquatic and wildlife, which I don't really agree. It should be separate. It should be really conservation and protection of our natural resources type of, like a major division or a department actually. So that's why it just doesn't quite fit into a pattern which you would work things systematically, and who's responsible for doing what, and who's going to be accountable, and who's going to be doing the activities, and what are you founding? Should you be interfering with somebody's kind of job to do that? Like some of the things here, okay, it says promote. Oh no, that's a big one. Sorry. I still go back to the little one now because you kind of like squashed it down and it seems simpler. But the big one is kind of too complicated. And it says to coordinate and promote activities in connection with the conservation and development of Guam's oceans, fisheries, and marine resources. That's a big thing to do. You're talking about doing for the entire nation, for the whole island. No kidding. So you kind of you're giving yourself more job than you can handle. I can see that. And they say to develop, impose, and issue permit requirements. I mean, you are still having some people, confronting us with why should we pay permits for fishing, and you got to make money and also to protect our ocean, and you have to regulate some things and pay maybe for the conservation officers and this and that, the employees. But the point is develop and impose. I think this should be maybe the task force. to do that. The Indigenous Fishing Task Force, to do that. And we're working collaboratively with the Department of Agriculture already. If we could just get those rules and regulations out and get it finalized. And it says relative, in connection, you're going to establish a schedule of fish in connection with relative to the conduct of commercial marine operations and the harvesting of fish and other marine life in the waters of Guam. That sounds like, are you going to build a fishing industry or something? Because this also leads into, I'm pushing for self-determination, for independence, so we can even build a fishing industry to make money and feed our people and so forth. But does that include that? It's kind of like squash into a little thing. Do you see what I'm getting at, where I'm getting at? Because it's kind of too broad and too much of a responsibility for this group to carry. And I was trying to do that, but I wanted it to be independent from being under the Department of Agriculture, which they wouldn't allow because of the budget. You guys work on the budget, yeah? And you say it's limited, where we're going to get the funds. So how can you work with, expanding your responsibilities and activities, and if you don't have money and you're going to keep charging people a lot of money, who are you going to be charging? The indigenous people, we have rights, special rights, and I'm proving it. I did a lot of research to prove it. And even in the Organic Act, there are some presidents said already that we normally, and it was Congress that gave us the Organic Act, so they proved what they put in there. So who are we going to charge to do all these operations that you want to engage in supporting, in financing, funding? You may have to be more specific, cut down some, because I think it's too big. And some of these could be done by, the job of the lieutenant governor is to fix the parks and maybe, and the tourist attraction fund or something to improve the walks and parks and, parks and recs and all these things. So maybe some of things could just be sliced up. Yeah. And, you develop programs to enhance and promote sustainable use of Guam's marine and fish water resources. Now, you got to work in conjunction with the Public Law 127. And because they're going to have rules and regulation, and this is in collaboration with the Department of Agriculture to continue to monitor the marine preserves and other parts of our water. By the way, thank you for advising us. I really appreciate your advice. Sorry. No, but that was really good. Senator Tina, I know you're like kind of like me. You have to be strong, I know. So I admire your boldness too. No, I don't want to discourage you guys. I don't want to discourage you. And I know you have wives, Chamorro wives and Chamorro kids, so you're watching for their heritage. That's what I told you guys. Okay. And it says, provide guidance and assist the Department of Agriculture in the expenditure funds derived from maritime activities. What way are you going to provide guidance and assist I think they have their own accounts too. And what we were trying to do is set a fund up for, and it doesn't seem to be working out, so we can hire more people to be in training for conservation officers, this kind of thing. It's kind of who's giving that guidance assistance. Are you putting the Department of Agriculture down, or they kind of feel afraid of this bill already? Yeah, because it started to be so big before. Now it's kind of cut down. But I'm still questioning because, where's their place? Is the aquatic and wildlife still going to be under their department, because I don't agree it should be under them too, because Department of Agriculture should really be strictly for farming, to develop farming. But apparently with all this, squash because of budget, we don't have much money to work with, so that's why they keep pushing people together to work things out. But provide guidance to assist Department of Agriculture. And who's providing? The council, or see what I'm saying? It's kind of interference. You have to be kind of work in collaboration, but you need to work it out in the wordings, and don't be too general. There's some general words that need to be more specific. And I don't like the fact also that you have mayors there and council from the Marianas Underwater Fishing Federation. These are all nonprofits, right? Guam Organization of Saltwater Anglers and Guam Fishermen's Cooperative Association. Do they have connection with you? Is that why their names good in there? And why not Totomona Native Rights? And why not Chamorro Nation or what? You know what I'm saying?
Mrs. Torres, if I may, if you can just direct it to the chair and not to the author.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You guys work together, don't you?
Yes, but if you can, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We still have a long list.
Okay. But I'm sorry. I'm the one that kind of blew up the minds of people. Some people, because when I read this thing, I am a critical studies specialist. Okay. Yes. So I'm just. I will look at you. Okay.
No. I'm just saying. Hopefully that you can also detail a lot of this in writing, so that you can turn. We do have a lot of other speakers.
Yes, I know, but it's important when I'm saying to you guys, because it's going to come up again. And council member only. Why are you giving vote to the University of Guam staff when they're paid employees? Please, you need to. Don't give them vote. You give it to the indigenous people, but not to a staff of the university. Use them as your advisor in this council that you're talking about. And why does the director of Department of Agriculture is an ex-official member without a vote when they play a main role in this thing? When somebody plays a main role, one vote. They need to, because you need their collaboration, and you're depending on their staff and facilities in order to use. Where are you going to house yourself? That's where we're having our meetings most of the time at the Department of Agriculture. We're using their support staff. We're same people work together and use the same facilities when it's free, and they have a new building there. They are allowing us to use it also to have our meetings. And anyway, these are some things, And you knocked it down and you really spruced it up, but I think it still needs some fixing. Okay. But this one blew my top off, and it's too much. It's too much of a giant for you to handle, for anybody to handle.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mrs. Chairman. Okay,
you're very welcome.
Okay.
Mr. Camacho, you're next.
Can I borrow your mic?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, thank you, Senator Vespicio, Senator McCready, Senator Morrison. I'll make my testimony quickly because I do know you have a lot of time, a lot more people to come and testify. First of all, I want to discuss change. Change is to make or to become different. And that is something that a lot of our people really have a hard time swallowing. Change. Change can be good, change can be bad. I agree. But if we don't start somewhere, we're not going to get anywhere. Change. How do we change things? We talk about self-determination, we talk about self-sustaining, we talk about all these good key words here, but we're so against the United States. We're so against the US dollar, yet we embrace the US dollar. And here we are trying to create legislation to stem away from the federal government and start being self-sustaining by creating funding sources outside of this government and outside of the federal government, but the community just can't see beyond black and white, which bothers me. I'm Chamorro. I am Chamorro. I also have some Irish background. Irish, that is right, Mr. Green-Eyed Chamorro, thank you. You know, and I really take offense. I take offense to be called out in a public hearing without discussing anything with me. I really, and I'm not going to mention names. You guys all know who the individual is, and we're not going to go there. You know, I heard I want to be independent. We want to be independent, but this bill's too big. It's too big for you to handle. Give me a break. Okay. Ma'am, I have the mic. When you had the mic, I did not speak. So please respect.
I do apologize.
I do have the mic.
If we could just speak
Thank
to
you.
the committee chair. Thank you.
I'm just saying
worries.
that a lot of issues that have been brought up can be addressed by this legislation. Okay. I heard questions about who is going to appoint these people. Well, Section 63902 of the proposed bill says that the Guam Ocean Fisheries Management Council comprised of 7 voting members who shall be appointed by Imagalahi Guam with the advice and consent of the legislature. So there is still a process that these people have to go through, whoever gets elected or whoever gets appointed to these positions. People wonder, what is this thing for? If you read the bill and comprehend what the language is saying, it is very, very, very clear to provide advice and information to the governor and to the legislature, including Legislative Committee on Natural Resources on matters pertaining, but not limited to, the use and harvesting of fresh and marine water resources and their management. To review and provide advice. Senator, I'm not going to read everything. It's all there. D, E, F, G. Plain and simple. I heard testimony about over-harvesting of certain resources. Okay. Not doing anything is not going to resolve the problem. Where do we go? We go to the, and I agree. I do agree that the Department of Agriculture maybe need to be split. Because if you look at the U.S. government, you don't have fisheries within USDA. You have fisheries under the Department of Commerce, which runs under NOAA. Big difference. Not to do anything, you're still going to have people harvesting sea cucumbers, which actually benefit the bay. We've heard testimony of people who were invited, not by us, but invited by the government of the United States of America, that come in and harvest juvenile fish that shouldn't be touched, yet we don't want to do anything about it. We all want to be quiet and not accept change. We heard about the indigenous fishing rights, and I am a proponent of indigenous fishing rights. I think it's about time that and I've said it in previous hearings, give our people their right to fish. The Ag Board of Commissioners, I've heard that too. If you read Title V, the Ag Board of Commissioners is for agricultural, maricultural, and aquacultural issues. It does not deal with fisheries. So please read. You need to read between the lines. And I've heard that we've had an agenda. We have an agenda. GOSA has an agenda. The co-op has an agenda. MUF has an agenda. What agenda? We want to do good for our island, for our people. We want to be sustainable. And if we continue to go the way we are not going to be sustainable. No. Some people criticized me for not supporting the ban on scuba spearing. That individual never talked to me. He never talked to our organization about our position on it. Not once. And I can bring you a story just very recently where we had our visitors, quote unquote, scuba spearing on the east side of Guam, where my property is, where I was fishing. Me and my friends and I were fishing. And they had no respect. I flashed them with my flashlight, get away. What did they do? They dropped 3 scuba guys, scuba spear fishermen, and started spearing our way. Yet, we don't like this bill, so we don't do anything about it. Now, I've heard many times, and Madam Chair, I must say that I'm quite disappointed. First of all, I heard that you signed a petition against this bill on behalf of the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association. That already tells me your intent. Now, you don't need to answer the question. I'm fine with whatever position you take. I'm just specifically stating the fact that after this bill is publicly heard and you get all the information you need, then as a legislative body, you form your opinion. You do not form your opinion prior to the bill's being publicly heard. Next, I'm going to talk about compensation, and I'm talking about Bill 16033, not the one as proposed or whatever the case may be. I'm talking about the one that was announced in the paper or wherever you announced it. On page 6, line 16, section 63908 on compensation, I highly suggest that you strike that out altogether. Because as a community, as an individual from a community running a nonprofit organization, I don't feel I should be paid for doing what is right. Take the compensation out. We don't need it. Oh, yeah, this is my favorite part, tourist attraction fund. where my prima had called me with her concern about this bill, saying, Tom, you're going to kill tourism. So I said, well, I wonder where they got this information from. So it took me a while, but I kept searching in the internet and searching all over the world on the impacts of user fees or recreation or resource users fees on tourism. And I gave the staff a stack of papers on some of my research that I've done, and not one study of the 5 that I've read had said that their tourism industry died because of a $2 measly fee. I'll tell you right now, if you go up to Two Lovers Point, you got to pay a fee. Our land, our point, our tourist destination, and we have to pay a fee. You go to the Great Barrier Reef to go look at the beautiful reef and the fishes in there. You got to pay a fee. You go to Africa to go look at lions and tigers and elephants. You pay a fee. And I'm not talking $2, I'm talking 50, 10, 100, thousands. Who are we trying to kid? We're not raping the tourist attraction fund. We're contributing to it. We're looking at a means for generating income for sustainability of our island. What do you people not get? I don't understand. We're trying to be self-sustaining. We're trying to pass self-determination, yet when we try to create means to raise money, it's criticized. Because we want to be self-sustaining. Self-sustaining means you're on your own. It doesn't mean we still want Uncle Sam's help. I'm not saying we don't, because I like to use the dollar just as much as everybody else in this room. You know, and before anybody starts criticizing anything, they need to get their facts straight, okay? The Guam Farmers Cooperative Association has nothing to do with this bill. They mentioned $3.9 million from hotel occupancy tax didn't go to the Fishermen's Co-op. They went to the Farmers Co-op. Big difference. And I will say, and I know Manny probably is going to say something later on, but you know, when he was approached by this legislative body on his needs for that association, he was approached, and he said, "No, Senator, I do not want to be given the money. I want to pay it back," and that should be respected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Mr. Duenas?
Afide, Madam Chair, Senators, thank you. My name is Michael Duenas, just a member of the public and a local fisherman. While I'm saddened that portions of the bill are off the table, I'm still glad that the creation of a Guam Ocean and Fisheries Management Council is still on the table. What a great concept. Such a great concept that the federal government adopted it in 1976 through the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries and Conservation Act. Through that act, it established regional fisheries management councils, similar to what this bill aims at establishing. Stakeholders that have a say in the matter. They don't have the final say. That's you guys' job. That's the department's job, that's the agency's job. But what it does create is a bottoms-up approach to the problems that we've been hearing today. Apologize if I'm a little unfocused, as public speaking kind of exaggerates my ADD, so that's why I wrote everything down.
You're doing fine.
Anyways, getting back to what I wrote down, such a great concept, this bottoms-up approach. We heard that this council is going to hijack everything. It's going to hijack your jobs. It's going to create laws. It's not. Everything stays the same. The language that is written as you read it says to provide advice, to promote and coordinate activities, to provide guidance. What other organization, what other group of people to do it than the people that are involved? Fishermen's organizations, nonprofit organizations, the people on the ground. We're not ENGOs, we're not environmental organizations. We don't have a lot of money. But what we do is have eyes and ears on the ground. And what better way to disseminate that information to you with those eyes on the ground? So I'd like to thank you for considering the formation of that council. ADD has set in. That's all I have.
Si Diyos Masi, Mr. Duenas. With that being said, we do have a couple, Mr. Joseph Cameron and Mr. Manny Duenas. Mr. Ernie Wistick, did you wish to say anything, or just here to support? Thank you, Si Diyos Masi. I will go ahead and start with Mr. Cameron.
Si Diyos Masi, Senadora, ni gumehulu esti na komitea, zani otrusia na membros ni senadores si Diyos Masi, guahu si Joseph Flores Artero Cameron, guahu gumilului presidente menhalum, gi para i departamento ni Kahaw, igwinahan sa Moro. Zahu na pabio propeni mo na, za pabio na comprenditori imane ikungug i television pago na ani, zan hamzuni paren ikungug ham gipupuengi. Intention esti na proposal na bill maulik o preba gof necessario na tapega palugi sininteta sa hita and hitaha dumadanyun may sahid. Guaha na biyay na guaha ta ekunguk ni ginin otrusya na tauto ni tisen magahit jakanan kumalalamtin guana biyay hinasu gilinatsi lo un tauto ay hit gwini itsamoro jangin managotit kanay zatafana comprendi sa un familia ay ja anigwe na ni mensahe ginin administrasyon no nai ham su pago put favor munga hit na patafana puno para iminaulik itauto hunggan guahadiritsonya todo dus ni mangagi gwini. Do dale za tisina mana comprendi hit. Za tafana goti halum kane. Sa esto ripara gi maposna siya nasakan zan todo no siya. Ni san hizung itauto san hizung. Hapa za legna si Ron itauto latera. Mi problema kwa niya ba ito? Sa titsitsinglong ihinasun itsamoro zan i todo i nina sinya ni Zamoro, zan i tauto americano, zan otro siya na estranyo, ni ti mismo Zamoro. Hapatay mano na ta sedi, i tauto estranyo siya ni man papasalay, zaman mapepega, zaman mafufugo, za esta manyunyukot zo, zan i tauto Zamoro. Zati humalum i Boston, i patasangan hafa malulupan gi Kongreso gi Estados Unidos. Lo hamzu gumogoti ilain i tauto Zamoro. Za ano na imbota hamzu pon representa i Zamoro, za paro na siguro na todos sam gwini ni man gaigi uman fan ma ekungukam ni ipinitin mami an manazan todos it managot di kanay sa guanya biay esti lai zangin matugi gi papa gi finu ingles guana titsitsinglong gi hinasu ni Zamoro ti pabiasangan na latsi padinansi haji gwini halum sa esti ifinu English guahana muat marariao sa esti ifinu English guahana maski 10 gifinu English definition lohita ni Zamoro kumutasangan oppo eston tunga afa sa kumikelek na fama kilo eston tunga azu fama timege ponsangan sa edza uniko na finu Zamoro niyo tamanyo no umpega papa sempi torsa tumungo hafa and like na denga plot si nana sa si tata sa ni abuelo ni abuelas como esta aatanot sa katio kwentus eston tungo na mumfama kilo zong keto lo angin humalum esti interes i americano guahan na titsitsinglong zani kultura zani rensya zan todo hata muna sisina esti tano gwini giza Guam debi na astigwi giza hamzo munga na parempan matsanda ni americano zan izunya lai gi Estados Unidos sa hita gwini tumututuhon tamalulina lata por favor maasi intensyon esti na biyo zahu sa gini fino niya si Tam gini ni sampapa hulo kumumauli ka na saina sempilokwe an malagaw na pon marispeta ene respeta ginin ininai zani gumogoti tisino marispeta zakin tu respeta mismo Ibrahimus esti na bill gay minaulik maasi sa gay minaulik lo maila zata spia hafa tamanu na English words ni todos kumumpendi the intent of this bill is honorable but I think it's also critical that we look at some of the English words that far exceed undertones of what people are thinking. Because the intent was never to remove anybody or to alienate anybody. And right off the bat, I would highly recommend that you reintroduce a new bill. For that matter, pull this one and come out clearer. Rather than trying to amend, to amend, to amend. It's just a concept. I'm not a senator. I worked for several senators in the past as chief of staff, and I know the process. And I'm not delegating or dictating to this august body what it may or may not do. But clearly, there are some things that we need to consider in making this bill cleaner so that the incorporated intent does not water down. And I do support Manny Duenas and all the other organizations in this intent. The administration ministers and understands the executive functions of what needs to happen. But I will say this much. I think just like in any board, council, commissions, there's public members. May I highly recommend that we have 3 public members so that they do represent, and it's not top-heavy by organizations alone, but it is incorporated and it speaks strongly to the other voices of the people of Guam. And I think that would alleviate some of the concerns of whether or not, and this was the same issue when we were doing with the colonization, the first commission, remember, Senator Prespicio? The big issue was who has the voice, who doesn't have the voice. But at the end of the day, Senator Prespicio, we came and we collaborated with a unified approach where it wasn't one more than the other. So I highly recommend that we consider public members at large. I have to go to a 2 o'clock FESPAC meeting, so
do we.
Please, yes, and so do you. But thank you very much, and I will yield my other 50 minutes to Manny Duenas.
Yeah, right. I just go?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Senator, Madam Chair, and senators for enduring this whole. Like Senator McCready says, it was a lot easier for him to get his castration bill through than this thing. I feel I've been castrated actually by the members of the public today, and I thought that my 21 years of community service was actually appreciated, but I guess not by my own people, because I am Chamorro. My dad's from Minalahan, my mom's from Minalahan, but I guess there's no respect, and that's the one thing missing in the Chamorro culture that I've really, as much as an elder or a person makes me mad, we normally don't chastise them in public. But I guess in this forum, the Panglao theory always supersedes everything else. But my name is Manny Duenas. I'm the president of the Guam Fishermen's Cooperative Association. And our main purpose is to sell the excess catch. I heard this word, expense fisherman. There's no word in the dictionary of expense fisherman. I've been in fisheries management for over 15 years. Direct fisheries management with the federal government and the local government. There's no such thing as an expense fisherman. You sell one fish in the eyes of the federal government, even the local government. There is a definition in your books created by one senator that says if a Chamorro sells one fish, he's not considered a cultural practitioner. Okay, that's in your book. That's a local law. But the federal law says if you sell one fish, you're a commercial fisherman. I know the law. So all this stuff, I really don't appreciate it. But anyways, I am here in support of this bill because we have spent over 10 years, the 3 organizations, in trying to figure out how to benefit the community, how to get stakeholders involved. And that's the one way we figure we can develop it. And Senator, you said it yourself, Senator McCready. What I gave you was a whole stack. I'm sorry, but when it got diluted, we asked for 3 members from the Mayor's Council. We asked for the Chamorro Nation to be there, and we asked for Chamorro Affairs to be there, and the Department of Agriculture to be full voting members. That's what we asked for. I am sorry that it didn't come out to be like that, and I guess I'm getting the brunt of it, of being criticized. But like I said, show me one person in this world, in this island, that says Manny Duenas doesn't care about the people of Guam. Show me. Because I care more about the people of Guam than anybody else in this world. That's why I asked for $2 from the tourists. Because I don't want to see another person drown on the east side where fire rescue has to go 8 hours around the island. Pray to God that none of your nephews or nieces or you in the general public would ever go through that. The 3 boys from Talafofu, the 2 men last year, my nephew in Maleso, between Marisu and Iran, the guy, his fishing partner before that. Why do we have to make our people suffer when we can ask the tourists $2? Palau charges $37. Hawaii has 7 taxes. $2. I can go to the hotel and buy a soda pop for $4. A bottle of water for $4. And the media has been, I don't know if they don't like the idea, but they've been saying that we're going to charge the tourists per night, per stay, and all that stuff. No, it's only a one-time shot. You come to Guam, you pay $2. So I figure we can get $2.5 million.
I got $32 million of projects listed already to present to the Fisheries Council. That's the reason we have development in the clause. That's the reason we're using the word development. Because you cannot just manage fish, but you also have to provide the amenities by which you can attain that fish, or you can enjoy the environment of the fish. We need to, and there was a recommendation, we can do a boat ramp for, less than $200,000. But you have the only environmentalists on your butt real fast. Why? Because we have to do it right. We always have to protect our island. We always have to protect our people. Tony Diaz, Narcissus, all these other people, they're not Chamorro. But they live here. They've been fishing. They taught our kids how to fish for the last 40, 50 years. And do we ignore them because they're not Chamorro? That's where this council is very important. We have to provide a balance. We have to sit down and discuss as a group. Okay? That's why I'm concerned as a person living on this island. I am sorry. I'll try and rush some more. Everybody's afraid of this permitting process. But nobody was afraid when Speaker Ben said, let's register the Chamorros. The thing is, we have to understand where the universe is. How big is the universe? And whether we charge the Chamorros or the people living on Guam as of 1950 a fee, that's up to the council, and that's up to your input. It could be free. We could get Sanahi bracelets and put it on your wrist because you cannot carry your wallet to go throw talaza. Or do whatever you have to do. So, these are the things that we as a community, that's my experience, is always the community. And then, it was brought up financial records. My financial records of the co-op is always public. Anybody wants to see it. We are not rich. Every day I'm repairing something at that building. Every day. I don't hire a plumber. I don't hire an electrician. I have to do it myself. Or my son has to do it. Because we don't have the money. We barely could get the money to buy the parts we need. So, we're not going to create a new department. Everything refers to the Department of Agriculture. And I'm glad somebody made it clear. Agriculture is agriculture. They never cared about fisheries. But I'm going to tell you a little secret. Everybody keeps talking about the fisheries division at the Department of Agriculture. It is 100% federally funded. 100%. You can't tell them what to do. They even the permit fee that we're going to supposedly get from these permits has to go to their slush fund because it's part of their federal mandate. So how much hostage can you hold the people? That's why I love this bill, because it empowers the people of Guam. People from Malesu to Zigu, Inalaan, Talofofo can all come to the meeting. We can have the meeting in their village and come to them and find out what their needs are. Because I'm really tired of this creating rules and regs. We create preserves. I am not against the preserves. I am against the rules that are imposed on our talazerus. Let's work on that. Just one little change. Let them step in the water up to their knees. Let them throw their net. Like one man told me, Manny, where can I find a hook that catches only Sensen? Because I keep throwing the line out and I'm getting mafuti. And they swallow the hook and they die. And God told me, my parents told me never to throw something away. But no, we allow that to happen. We allow wasteful thinking to come to us. We need to empower ourselves. We need the $2 from the tourists. We need to build this infrastructure if we want to build future. And this is not only for fisheries. We're the only island that has canoe people, the paddlers, that doesn't even have a canoe house. When I went to Tahiti and I went to American Samoa and I went to Western Samoa, they all have a beautiful canoe house. Us, we're kicking them out of the parks. It's something we should be proud of because it's not only an island tradition, but it also gives our people ability to exercise and do something they like. But $32 million seems like a lot of money. So, if they don't want to give us $2 per tourist, which won't hurt anybody, I'm asking that 5% of the tour, I've asked this before, actually I asked for 10%. 5% of the tourist attraction fund be slated. And the board, Madam Chairwoman, you said it yourself. The board has said has to be tourist-related projects. And GRHRA, whatever they're called, said the same thing publicly. So what I'm putting their toes to the fire and saying that all of these projects are tourist-related. Therefore, at least 5% of the TAF should go to these projects. And I don't care what department's responsible. But our people need to see the benefits of tourism. You guys have been in pain for the last 4 hours. I can't take oxycodone because I have to stay awake, listen to everything else. But I'm begging you to please consider the people of Guam when you're doing this legislation. Pass the bill as is. I know there's much opposition, but the bill is so watered down. But I would like to see all the recommendation more tomorrow. The only reason why I like to empower the Chamorro Affairs in this exercise is because you guys have a recognized government entity to fight for your interests. And you should use that as a hammer. Why do we have Joseph Cameron as your president? You guys need to go and hammer on his table and say, hey, this is what we need as Chamorros. Represent us. Do what's right for us. We have Hawaiian affairs in Hawaii. We have Carolinian affairs in Saipan. They do what's right for their people. I am sorry I've taken so much of your time, and I appreciate the insults I got today. At least I'm recognized somewhere in the community for doing something bad. But I like to think that in my 21 years of service, I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you a lot of things. One, we're supposed to have a federal requirement for every saltwater angler in Guam, federally enforceable at $37 a year. You don't have it. And the reason why I requested for it. We got equivalencies with the U.S. Coast Guard. Every one of our fishermen are supposed to have all these expensive $8,000 equipment. When Congressman Underwood, I asked him, can you help us out? We have equivalencies. We were the only ones in the nation to get that. Twice, we're the only ones in the nation to get it. 3, we don't have a monument where the federal government took over our waters. Okay? CNMI lost 3 of their islands. Hawaii lost 5/8 of their islands. American Samoa lost 1/8 of its islands. Guam didn't lose anything. So when these people criticize me, please step in my shoes someday and find out how much this old sick man has been fighting for your rights. Because I've been doing my job, even though I'm not being paid. I don't make money from the co-op. Nobody makes money from the co-op. Fishermen are suffering. I try to make their life decent. That's all I can say. Thank you very much for your time. Viva Guam!
Mr. Duenas, if you could just sit for a second. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for being here today. I want to thank my colleagues who took the time to be here since 9 o'clock this morning. I do want to say, and this is the beauty of democracy and being able to share your sentiments, whether you support a measure or not support a measure. There are some of you that may think that I'm not in support of this measure, and there's reasons. It was probably said that my signature was on a petition because based on the cursory reading of what I believed may have some objectionable measures or may have taken away from one agency to another, that was my first intent. But I want to say that it is because of this public hearing and the need to move over to make bills like this stronger and better so it benefits. The government is here to support the benefit of the people of Guam, the basic needs. And it's bills like this that will protect and help. And if we need to make it better and work and bring everybody to the same table, then we're going to continue to do that. And I just want to say that as oversight chair, how this measure came to me, it must be God sent, because you know what? This has gone on for the last 21 years. And maybe it's my time to say, let's get everybody to this table, whether they support it or not, and let's get the best so that the only one that benefits and who's protected is the people of Guam. So this is my commitment back. I promised you a continued hearing. You're going to get it. I promised you to look at all the amendments based on the author's legislation. We're going to do it. There were recommendations to scrub this, to reintroduce, to do that. Well, guess what? We are going to look at the best possible means to get this done. And if I didn't say thank you to Mr. Duenas for his commitment as fisheries representing, as a representative to the Fisheries Committee, working to represent Guam, lone member to represent Guam, I want to say on behalf of this legislative body, and I know I also speak for the governor and the lieutenant governor, because you have stepped above the call of duty to represent and protect Guam's interest. I know that. I believe that. In communications with other countries of our island brothers and sisters, they know that it's not easy to get by Manette Duenas. And so I say that with a lot of heart and a lot of passion to say, for your hard work. We will continue to work together. I have not set a markup hearing. I commit to you that it is November 10th right now. You will have a hearing before just the mid-December, because I want to be able to work with the agencies, work with the author of the legislation, work with the other committees that involves fisheries and Department of Agriculture and all of the other departments that need to come together to strengthen and make this bill even better. So you have my commitment that within the next several weeks, we will have a mark-up hearing. I don't know what the date is, but I commit to that. Whether it be a forum or a round table, you will get that commitment from me, because we will verge forward to find what's best for Guam. So with that being said, on this bill 160-33, we welcome the public to continue to give testimony, written, if they know that there will be an additional markup hearing on this bill and other recommendations, please send it in. 155 Hessler Place is my office address. My email is senator@tinamuñabarnes.com. My facsimile is 472-3400. And my personal email is tinamuñabarnes@gmail.com. Our numbers is 472-3455 or 56. So with that being said, I'm going to call this public hearing on municipal affairs, tourism, housing, and Guam Historic Preservation to an adjournment at 1:44 p.m. November 10th. Sainamasi, si Dios bendice a todos.